Test.
Is a tiny bit.
Because the input gain was turned down. All right, Can we hear us now?
Can we hear now?
Test. Hello?
Oh no. Oh my gosh. Whoops.
I think we should be able to hear it. Is it still nothing?
No.
We're hearing a little bit.
Where's that one at?
I was messing with all the inputs to try to get the sound to work.
Okay, they say we can hear you.
All right. Okay, we can hear it now. Us now, yeah.
The audio isn't great.
Is it still nothing? No, we're hearing a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
Okay.
All right, sounds like it's good now. All right, so I think we're good now.
Okay. Well, I gave time for people to join.
Yeah, I was messing with all the inputs and outputs and stuff earlier, so.
Yeah, because, so hello. I'm Haley Ram. This is Reagan Ram. We've been detailing my life story, basically. How I was raised in an abusive home that was supposed to be a Christian one. I'm going to be honest, I'm a little nervous right now. I hesitated sharing a lot of this stuff. And this
because of the pictures?
Episode, sharing this period just because it's some of it's still raw, some of it's still really fresh, but at the same time I've had too many confirmations that it's time to share the full story and time to share everything, and this will be the last episode. We were going to do one tomorrow, but we decided to just combine everything. So the episode that we were originally going to do for What I'm Thankful For is just going to be on the end of this video, kind of like a denouement. Because following the adventure story, we're going to get to the darkest moment. Because what I will share is pretty dark. I'm not going to lie. It's really, it might get, I'm going to try not to be too graphic. But there is some, viewer discretion advised. I mean, I think all children are in bed at this point, hopefully. But if you are, easily triggered or things like that, maybe, I don't know, just a heads up. So, yeah. Let's see, where to begin? Where was I going to start? So to kind of recap everything that I know specifically about Terry, that's kind of one of the reasons why this episode was hard to put together, because as someone who, given the testimony that we had and everything, it's like, I'm going to say this one thing because what I'm going to add on seems a little, what's the word? Too much. feels like a bit too much, but after reviewing some things, it's not. So what I know, I've detailed about him so far in the video series is that he did. I don't know if I actually detailed that he had narcissistic personality disorder.
So you're talking about Terry?
Yes, Terry. Yeah. Assumed father.
Wow, 17 live viewers. I think that's the most we've ever had.
Yeah, it is the most we've ever had.
18. Okay.
I saw 19 at one point. Thank you for
watching.
Coming in. Like I am deeply honored that there are so many to watch this live, to finish this out.
Especially when we kept delaying it.
Kept delaying it. That's yeah. So Terry did have narcissistic personality disorder. This was confirmed by counseling in 12 Stones, and I know the term narcissist gets thrown around a lot, but there is to some extent someone has said to call it a scale, but just to kind of overview, Narcissistic personality disorder is a mental health condition in which people have an unreasonably high sense of their own importance. They need and seek too much attention and want people to admire them. People with this disorder may lack the ability to understand or care about the feelings of others, but behind this mask of extreme confidence, they are not sure of their self-worth and are easily upset by the slightest criticism. A narcissistic personality disorder causes problems in many areas of life, such as relationships, work, school, or financial matters. Well, I just goes through to that. But some people with there's different types. I think this one woman said that there were about 6 different types, and my father was most of them. So you can be multiple types of narcissistic personality disorder. So this isn't something where I'm like, oh, he was so bad, he's just a narcissist. No. This was confirmed by someone who works with him. He admitted, yeah, I'm a narcissist. And we thought, oh, wow, 2018 was going to be the year that he's going to change. So yeah, some of the symptoms are they be critical of and look down on people they feel are not important. They make achievements and talents seem bigger than they are, feel that they deserve privileges and special treatment. Behave in an arrogant way, brag a lot, come across as conceited, have an inability or unwillingness to recognize the needs and feelings of others. I'm probably not going to read through all of these.
Yeah.
But
I'm just your producer. I'm just showing some stuff to illustrate what
you
you're
are
talking
my
about.
producer.
Don't feel like you have to go after that.
Okay. So yeah, anyway, yeah, he did have narcissistic personality disorder. I have detailed that he was physically abusive, spiritually abusive. Did we cover the definition of spiritually abusive?
We were going to do that last episode, but
I
forgot. I mean, there's so much we were covering.
There's so much to cover, but this one I think.
Yeah, there was a clip. I forgot to find that and share that too, where Pastor Johnson was going through like a whole list of allegations and finds and then there was the word spiritual abuse that was thrown around like he wasn't taking it seriously, and he said he asked Cheryl and Terry what I guess the kids meant by that, by saying that there was that kind of abuse, and apparently Cheryl, according to Michael Johnson, Cheryl said, I made them read their Bibles. That's not what we're talking about.
That's not what we're talking about. So spiritual abuse, or also called religious abuse. Religious abuse is a form of abuse that occurs within the context of religious teachings, practices, or institutions, and it can involve various harmful behaviors, including harassment, humiliation, spiritual abuse, and even physical violence. This type of abuse can be perpetrated by religious leaders, members of a religious community, or even by individuals misusing religion for their own purposes. And there were layers of this throughout, and definitely by the individuals, the parents. To give an example of what spiritual/religious abuse looked like in my home was scripture taken out of context. God used as kind of as a threat and a weapon. So, for example, there's this one verse in the Bible that talks about foolishness is bound in the heart of a child. Mm-hmm. Would you know where I'm going with this? Mm-hmm. And they would say that foolishness meant silly things, and because of that, that was license for them to spank us if we were too silly as children.
And when they spanked you, they beat you.
Yes, I've detailed this. They beat us. It was not just a spanking. It was, stripped down, half naked kind of thing.
Bend over, and it was like, it could be 50 to 70 actual impacts, hits with that. Yeah. Any kind of... That
for being silly.
Yeah.
So, there's other... We could probably make an entire video detailing about that. We probably should at some point. But,
I mean, a big one is, the whole modesty thing.
Yes.
Basically, if you're not modest...
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
So you weren't protected from predators because it's your fault, basically. That was a religious idea that enabled you to be preyed upon. That's
funny you bring that up, because that is very, very relevant for the topic that I'm going to go into, the memories that I'm going to cover. So yeah.
That's religious abuse, not making people read the Bible.
Not making people read their Bible. I'm sorry, that's not. Know your definitions, and that's another reason why we include so many definitions is because so many people have misunderstandings.
That just goes back to them
what
trivializing everything and downplaying everything, which we
Yes.
outlined in our 3.5 hour stream last night.
If you managed to make it through that one, you deserve a medal. So, could you bring back up
Yes.
the script? He was also emotionally abusive and verbally abusive. So I think people don't think emotional abuse is that serious or that harmful. But one thing that we don't think about is like physical violence is pretty bad, and yet the body is designed to heal naturally. With emotional abuse, it's often more difficult to heal the emotional part of yourself because that's harder to access than just your physical body. Your physical body is out there. People can see it. What people can't see are your emotions, how that impacted you. And it's sometimes called psychological abuse. Emotional abuse can involve deliberately trying to scare, humiliate, isolate, or ignore a child. And that definitely went on in the home. Emotional abuse is often a part of other kinds of abuse, which means it can be difficult to spot the signs or tell the difference, though it can also happen on its own. So that's kind of emotional abuse. And then, of course, verbal abuse. I think if I remember the governmental websites talking about that. You know what? Yeah, let's go ahead and read through some of these emotional abuse. So emotional abuse can be threatening, shouting at a child or calling them names, making the child the subject of jokes, or using sarcasm to hurt a child. Any one of us can give the story of how that happened. Blaming and scapegoating, making a child perform degrading acts. Yeah, and the squashing siblings squabbles, the way we were made to resolve sibling conflict was very degrading. Pushing a child too hard or not recognizing their limits, exposing a child to upsetting events or situations like domestic abuse or drug taking. Check. Not recognizing a child's own individuality or trying to control their lives. Check. Failing to promote a child's social development, not allowing them to have friends, persistently ignoring them, being absent.
So we kind of shared the evidence for all this in the episode last night. So we're kind of just recapping, and all the other episodes in the series. So this is kind of just recapping everything you've covered.
Everything we've covered, more specifically about Terry.
Before getting into the new stuff.
The new stuff. Manipulating a child, never saying anything kind, expressing positive feelings, or congratulating a child on success. See, this is where it gets difficult because, like, sometimes it's not never. Sometimes there are a few here and there when you've done good, you know. So that's why sometimes it can be extremely tricky. So anyway, that's that. And then verbal abuse, I think a lot of people just name calling is one of them. Also, screaming obscenities at your kids is verbal abuse. Like anytime you're screaming at your kid, that's verbal abuse. And like I said, verbal and emotional abuse kind of takes a back seat, I think. And again, I think it's because it's harder to prove. And
I think we have some in this clip. I don't know if we want to play another clip or not. We played last night where he says like he wished he wasn't their father and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's considered emotional and verbal abuse. Yeah, go ahead and play that clip. That's a good one.
I'm not sure I can provide the counseling that your mom and dad need. I think I can work with your dad on the angle. We've talked many times about it, and again, didn't know all the extent of it. Okay, but now that you share it, I can see that. You know, that's a problem. Now he's at a point. Obviously, I've seen times if he could have got to Michael, he just throws a chair or something. If he could have got to him, he might have hurt him. But now he's not going to be able to hurt Michael. Michael is strong as a horse. So, I'm not feared for Michael's physical thing, unless, but just the anger, it's just not healthy.
And he's told the kids multiple times over the past couple of months he wishes he wasn't their parent.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah.
Okay, and I don't know. Yeah, where is that coming from? I mean,
All 3 children.
Hmm?
I mean,
Because
all
you're
3.
so awful.
I don't know.
Is that what that he doesn't want? I don't know. It's like he can't seem to get over they won't obey me, they won't respect me. Okay.
That's also another example of the religious abuse right there.
Yeah.
Because Michael Johnson even talks about he's worked with Terry's anger problem for years and years. Apparently he's not very good because
He'd been working with him for 25 years.
And didn't make any progress. But he's like, what could be the problem? And it's the kids. It's always the kids.
It's always the kids.
Well, they're not being respectful enough, or they're not obeying him enough. And so that's why he's getting angry and throwing things at them, which could potentially hurt them, in his own words. Because of that.
But they're strong as horses.
Because
of
that religious teaching that it's always the children's fault, and you have to obey your parents even into adulthood.
Yes. Which that's not the Bible.
Nope.
So yeah, wrapping up this recap, sexually harassed his wife and daughters, was a sadist, masochist, a bully. I've done videos on those before, so you can just go look in the playlist and watch those to get specific examples, because I think I need to move on. This is already going to be long enough anyway. So now I'm adding to this list. There's been hints of this. I mean, you could say with sexual harassment of your kids, that's kind of pedophile-y, but is it really a pedophile? But I'm adding to this list. He was a pedophile, a rapist, and he was sexually abusive. And he can tell you, and a couple of other people can tell you, the struggle it has been for me to accept this, for me to even acknowledge this. And I think where this initially started for me to be able to accept this, even in the beginning, was last year, as we were preparing to do this video series in the first place. I had contacted a parent who had known my parents back in the early 2000s about because I was kind of wondering, like, where did they get the idea to beat us like that? Like, and was that, like, you suspected that was sexual?
The first time you told me about how you were spanked, I'm like, that sounds sexual.
Yeah.
Because they had you in a sexual position.
Yeah, you're naked. Wait, from the waist down.
Just put that audio?
From the waist down.
Could have some new viewers.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, that's.
Don't just take my word for it. Michael Johnson, their pastor, agrees that physical abuse took place.
We all need to be careful as well.
So I'll pause and give clarification. So most of this meeting was discussing the allegations that I made in my video to Terry, and here is saying that that I was too harsh when I described them as beatings, that they were actually spankings, and that's the context here.
Because watching Reagan's video and hearing every time one of the kids got spanked, it was replaced with the word beat, and they were beaten for it. Yes, there was some. I mean,
okay. One quick thing. So I'm just going to interject this. Whenever kids were spanked in our home, the rule was you had to hold your ankles.
Okay.
Hands down.
Everything.
Hold your
hands down.
Hands on your ankles.
Hands on your ankles.
Yes. And if you and it was 10 whacks, but if you let go, they would start over. That hurts. You could get upwards 50 to 70 whacks per thing.
Or PD.
Yes.
Pardon?
With a hand, a belt, or a PD pipe.
Yeah.
Whatever it's about.
So that's what we mean by beating. That's not a spanking anymore. That's you
No,
too
no,
far.
that would not. I would agree that's not a spanking. Okay.
No.
So yeah, that's when I say spanking, beating. It was a very sexual position. That's sexual. So I had done some of my own research at the time, trying to figure out what if this was a thing that other children had experienced, and there were a few that I came across, even in ATI.
You even talked to a mother who kind of was in the same community.
Yes.
And
because I was like, hey, do you know all the materials that were circulating
and
at
she
the
has
time?
a lot of regrets.
Yeah. Talking to her was very healing.
Yeah, because she's
That
like,
was
she's
so
like,
healing.
yeah, being a part of Landmark Baptist Church, that's when it really got bad, and we made a lot of mistakes. And I don't know how did she describe it?
She said it got dark, and their approach was very cold towards their children.
And they caused harm to their children.
Yeah.
But she's admitted that and apologized for it, and they all have great relationships.
And
now.
that blew me away.
Mm-hmm.
That blew me away, and I was like speaking to her was so healing. But
you
then
described,
I described to her the way I was, beat, and she was so horrified. She was like, "That sounds sexual." I'm gonna be honest.
We
that's
didn't do that.
She's like, "I have no idea where they got that from." So I was like, "Huh, okay," but it kind of started needling in the back of my head that there was sexual abuse from the parents in that aspect. And when it comes to things that have happened to you, accepting and believing what actually happened is a big step to healing. Because if you live in denial, which I've been in denial, which is also kind of how I survived making it this far to somewhat functional, I feel like I could be much worse. I mean, I'm already pretty messed up. I know how I'm messed up.
No, you're great.
I know you say that, but I read the book and I have 102 side effects. So that's a lot.
I haven't read that book.
You haven't read the book. You don't. Yeah, I haven't shown you this document yet. So letting that sink in took some time, and then after I published the first couple of videos, I had a person contact me. They would rather remain anonymous, so I'm going to try to be as vague about their identity as possible, but they knew my parents back in the early 2000s when all of this was kind of coming out, and they were like, our parents spanked us the same way, and I was like, oh my gosh, okay, there's one other family that went through this. Where did they get it from? And we couldn't figure out who gave it to whose idea it was. I still don't know.
If their parents taught your parents or vice versa?
I still don't know. Mm-hmm. I know Terry was kind of beat in a similar fashion by his father growing up. So that's my only guess as to where it actually came from. Because otherwise, it's just from someone's sick, twisted mind who got off on it. Because I don't know how you keep doing that to your kid.
Yeah, I don't know how you can do that to a child.
I don't know how
you have to enjoy it in order to keep doing it.
Because it was a regular thing, and it went on until I was 13.
That many
kids.
And we cut off the audio before you could hear it, but Emily goes on to say, like, they would go into the bathroom, lock the door, and you'd hear the kids screaming, and there's nothing you could do about it. Like, even you'd be, like, banging on the door saying, it's enough, but
I remember.
Just keep going on and on and on. They're screaming in there.
I remember that.
And other siblings have said they remember going into the bathroom, and they remember coming out. They don't remember what happened in there, except for maybe like a couple times because it was so traumatizing they had to like block it out.
Yeah. So there's also been a part of me that has rejected the idea that I was sexually abused by my father because, well, at least I didn't have that, right? I mean, like, everything's pretty bad, but at least it...
Yeah, we've been saying that throughout this series that, I mean, we've detailed a lot of the sexual abuse, and we never listed him because we didn't think he had gone that far. You didn't have any memories of that.
I didn't have memories of that. There were signs there.
There were signs, and there was a few memories you did have that you didn't understand yet.
I didn't understand. And I'm going to go into a bunch of different, research just to describe, like, this is a thing. And also kind of shine a light on if maybe, whoever's watching, if you've experienced something to some extent like this, you're not sure what's happening to you, like maybe this can shed some light on it. But kind of one of the nails in the coffin for me to be able to really, really consider this was connecting with a coworker of Terry's from Noble Romans, who confirmed, and in his words said Terry liked them young. And we're like, what the heck does that mean? And he was actually the first person to actually call Terry a pedophile. Mm-hmm. And
that's a bit
I was like, that
extreme.
feels a bit extreme. But he's like, no. He was sleeping with 14-year-old girls. And we're
he
like,
was
wait,
in
what?
his late 20s to early 30s at the time.
Yes. Yes. He was in his early 30s. And we looked it up because I'm like, were 14-year-olds even allowed to work in restaurants in the 90s? And yep, they were. So that struck a note of just kind of like, oh no. Because when...
And this is not just us saying this. Cheryl documented this on her blogs that he was, or maybe not that far, but everyone knew in the family it was called a revolving door at Noble Rooms.
A revolving door.
That he was sleeping with so many
And,
different women.
yeah.
Just they never talked about what their ages were until we talked to that coworker,
Yeah.
former coworker.
Yeah. This person I was talking about.
Is that just distracting you?
A little bit, yeah.
We're proud of you.
But it's like when you know something about yourself and it just nags at you and you can't let it go, and the only thing holding you back is fear, then chances are it's true, and it was horrifying. So one of the other biggest triggers was actually the anniversary of Terry's death, triggering more memories. Can you click on this article real quick?
Which one?
I actually put it in
Oh, right
here
here?
after the fact. Yeah, what is the anniversary effect?
Okay.
So there's a little paragraph. If you'll scroll down, so the anniversary effect is a collection of disturbing feelings, thoughts, or memories that occur on or around a date that marks a significant event. You could be feeling sad, irritable, anxious, emotionally shut down, or unable to sleep, and a quick glance at the calendar will help you to connect this emotional state to a traumatic event. Now, I'm also going to say that sometimes your conscious mind doesn't know the memory, and that was in my case, and this is actually very common. So it might be the birthday of a loved one you have lost, the due date of a miscarried baby, or the day an assault or accident happened. As the date nears, bad memories start to resurface, and you will realize that you were experiencing the annual echo of a trauma. So some psychology researchers think that the anniversary reaction should be listed as a symptom of PTSD, because even though being reminded of difficult feelings around an anniversary is very common and a normal part of the grieving process, it can be very distressing. The anniversary reactions are also a signal that you are not yet over the trauma of your experience and need to process or work through your grief.
Because you had never acknowledged that had happened to you, that he had raped you.
Yeah. And I'm also going to cover, and I have it coming up, why. Now this is the anniversary of an actual event, which I've been having those memories as well.
Mm-hmm.
Me and another sibling, who were...
So yeah, you're not alone.
I'm not alone in this. They're just not ready to tell theirs, which completely fine. So, another reason why Terry's death was so important is because, let me go to why I couldn't process.
Okay.
Okay.
I can only click so many things at once.
Click faster! So, the ongoing or persistent threat of trauma. Even if you do not continually experience ongoing trauma or a series of events, if you were exposed to an ongoing threat or possibility of repeated trauma, your nervous system will have a much harder time recovering and finding its way to safety. Rather, you and your body will again remain on high alert for danger and risk. Examples of continued threats are if you experience any form of sexual, physical, or emotional abuse, and you continue to be exposed to the perpetrator of your abuse, even if they do not actually act again. This is from Aligned Therapy Services. So I think we've already talked about how Terry was in our home multiple times. He was still a part of my life.
Even after we were married, he would, or I don't know if you're going to talk about that later.
What?
That he would call you up frequently.
Oh, no, thank you for bringing that up. I completely see that.
And you checked with another sibling. Did that happen to you after you were married? And they're like, no.
No.
But he would, like, you have the voicemails.
I have.
You should have played some of those.
Plenty of voicemails of him calling me up, like, hey, trying to talk to somebody, call me back. Like, that's literally how he sounds.
And he would ask, like, why you didn't have a good relationship.
Yeah, he was obsessed with that. And
you would tell him why, and he's like, no, that can't be it. There has to be something else. So it sounded like he was trying to figure out if you remembered or if you knew.
Yeah. Yeah. It's in light of what I have recovered, I had to go back and examine all of my interactions with this man. And when I did that, a lot of it made
more sense.
So much more sense. Like, okay, for example, after we detailed how we, baptized, he repented on our couch. Like, he's crying, and the person we had with us, who had no knowledge of our history whatsoever, no one knew this one except Terry, was like, you should give your dad a hug. I didn't want to. And I was like, oh man, does this mean I'm not born again? Like, do I still have hatred or unforgiveness or resentment or something towards this man? And I'm like, I don't know why I don't want to hug him. Like, I think I should. And I was like, crisis of conscience in this moment of like, I see him crying. Like, I can see he's repentant. Like, why can't I cross that bridge? I can't close the gap between me and him. And I still don't feel safe. Like, when he would come and visit, it was so exhausting. I still never felt comfortable around him.
Yeah,
I always felt like...
I don't think you told me how uncomfortable you were, because I probably wouldn't have let him come if I knew.
No, I just thought it was a me thing.
Uh-huh.
I thought it was my problem. And I didn't have the information I had now. If I had the information I had now, he would never have stepped foot in our home.
Mm-hmm.
We would never have let him around our children.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that would never have happened. So I couldn't, I constantly felt uncomfortable. I was always feeling like if my shirt, just a tad bit of cleavage showed, like, he was noticing and checking it out. And that is something that I have corroborated with other siblings as well. They felt the same way, even after they were married and gone. So that's kind of a disturbing feeling, to have your dad, to know that your dad's kind of checking you out in that way. But as we talked about, that was the culture. Like, they felt like it was normalized that your brothers and your father would find you attractive. Bring that one back in. What was I saying?
It's normal that your brothers and your father would find you attractive?
Yes. And that was accepted.
You had to dress modestly
all the
time,
yes,
so that you don't
get assaulted or
cause them to sin.
We wouldn't cause them to sin. So I went into that a lot last night. But this persisted. So going into there's a book I began reading because of the resurgence of these memories. It was like, okay, this is bad. I need some help.
Can you do the next slide?
Yeah, I do need the next slide. That's the one that has time when memories surface. So this is from the book. It never gets old. Okay, good.
Yeah, good movie. If you haven't seen Nanny McPhee, that's where that clip's from.
Yeah, that is such a good movie. So
it's actually family friendly, despite that clip.
Yeah, it is family. That's a good point. So the book, The Courage to Heal, quotes, there are three factors are usually present when survivors recall abuse that they have previously blocked out. It's these three. Distance from the original abuse, a life event that leads to the letting down of defenses, and an external situation that restimulates the memory. So in my case, I had 2 out of the 3. Distance from the original abuse. Obviously, I moved thousands of miles away. It had been years.
1,000 miles away.
What did I just say?
Thousands.
Thousands of miles. I moved thousands of miles. No, 1,000, sorry. And the life event that led to me letting down my defenses was Terry's death. Now, it had taken a whole year, because I think part of that was I wasn't there when he died. I didn't attend the actual funeral. I did watch it live, but I was not physically there. So a part of me just didn't actually believe.
I remember that you had a hard time watching the funeral.
I did have a hard time watching the funeral.
That was very emotional for you.
Yeah, it was very emotional.
Obviously, it's a funeral, but it was emotional in more ways than just, oh, my dad's dead. There's a lot of confusing emotions and other stuff that came up with that, right?
Yeah. I don't remember where I had this, and the script. I was going to talk about this.
Yeah, it's still. You can go watch it on Cheryl's YouTube channel.
Okay, I actually forgot to put this in here. So his death was really confusing, because when I actually read the text message that he was dead,
First off, we didn't really believe it because it's like the boy who cried wolf. He's like 3 different times. It's like he's dying now.
that too.
Oh,
that too.
Also, someone like from the family messaged you and was like, "I'm so sorry for you." Like,
I know.
I don't know what that means. Does that mean he's dead?
I had so many. Yeah.
It's so
yeah.
confusing. We didn't know when he actually died.
Yeah, I was like, okay, is this real? But when that text message came in, I knew it was real, and I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be very transparent here because I don't care how this makes me look or whatever. It's just, to me, it's more evidence of...
You weren't alone either. Other
I
siblings...
was not alone in this, really.
Were you about to say other siblings said the same thing?
Yeah, I felt relief.
And other people who have had abusive parents say the same thing.
So if you have a narcissist... It could be abusive, it could be a narcissistic abusive parent, but there is a sense of relief, because with Terry there was always, you owe me something. We forgot to mention this in the conversation that we had with Mom in the camper.
Oh yeah.
She was basically saying, "What's all this been for? Because you haven't thanked me. You haven't, you don't want a relationship with me. Why did I pour into you? What's this all for?" And it's just because we just gotten married and we're kind of preoccupied with being newlyweds and hadn't, I guess, talked to her recently. You didn't talk to her recently? I had some communication, not much, but I had some communication. So there's this purveying sense that I owed my parents my life. I owe them everything. And look, I get that when your parents sacrifice everything, in a sense, yeah, you kind of do owe them to some extent. But this was more than that. This was held over your head. Like, they couldn't, anytime they gave you a gift.
I don't feel like our kids owe us anything.
No, I wouldn't put that on our kids. But I'm just saying, like, sometimes, you can, maybe it's I don't know if it's normal to feel that way or not. Okay, I'm going to be honest. Because I nothing about me has been normal. So... there was always, if a gift was given, there were always strings attached. Anytime you were to give them a gift, it was...
Or it was to make up for the abuse. Hey, I got ice cream. Don't
too.
get mad at me. Don't tell on me to your mom.
That happened too. So...
Bribery.
Bribery, yeah. It took about a year, I think, for my brain to actually acknowledge, hey, he's actually dead. And so when the anniversary came around, around that time, I was experiencing a whole bunch of symptoms. And I was confused. All right, can you bring up the next quote? Because how can one hold memories for so long and they still actually be legitimate, right? So again, quoting the Courage to Heal book.
Oh my goodness. How could you do this to me?
You're so silly.
What's this all been for?
Okay, so the fact that people can experience amnesia from traumatic events is beyond dispute. It has been documented not only in cases of child sexual abuse, but also among war veterans, battered women, prisoners of war, and others who have suffered ongoing trauma.
Yeah, it's a real thing, people. It's a science. If you don't believe us, then you've got a problem with science.
Oh.
Thank you, right click.
So to comprehend how someone can not remember traumatic events, it's useful to understand the process of dissociation. In situations of overwhelming pain, terror, and violence, when our minds cannot bear what we are forced to endure, we separate ourselves, or a part of ourselves from the experience. We dissociate. Our consciousness splits, separating from what was unbearable. And it's another term for this is also called fragmentation. Survivors of child sexual abuse frequently report that they watched themselves being raped. There's more to this. So as a quote from someone, they quoted having been traumatized, I said, I left my body and looked down at myself from the corner of the ceiling. And like, that's exactly what happened in the memories that I recovered. I literally have
It's like you're watching yourself in the third person. Yeah.
That point of view.
So yeah, we don't know what's really going on there. Is it just your mind created that picture so that you felt some distance from it, or like does your spirit literally leave your body or something?
There is a debate in the community about whether your consciousness actually leaves your body and views it from the outside. Like people are trying to figure that out, because it's like, yeah, how is that even possible? I have to show that comment in the end. That was lovely. So under these conditions, our brains do not function as they do under conventional circumstances. In fact, the entire physiology of the brain works differently. When our minds are overstimulated like this, we can become physiologically incapable of absorbing and storing information in a normal way. Instead, we may dissociate these experiences, splitting them off from conscious knowledge. Later fragments may return in the form of visual images, physical sensations, and intrusive feelings or thoughts. So when children are sexually abused, they are rarely in a situation with optimum conditions for recovery.
Because the abuser's still there all the time, all around them.
I can't remember if this was part of a different point I was going to make, or if this was a part of the actual... Yeah, this is another... Yeah, okay, yeah. I'm going to keep going on.
Don't mix that one up.
I know. I was like, ah!
That would end the stream.
I don't want to do that. Okay, so to give an example of, yeah, we'll just keep reading. So this is another quote from The Courage to Heal. When children are sexually abused, they are rarely in a situation with optimum conditions for recovery. Instead, silence, secrecy, and isolation are the norm. Sometimes children are prevented even from crying out. And far too often, the abuse is a recurring event without time for recovery before the next assault. And I want to add to that, when we were being beaten, we were often told, stop crying, or I'll give you something to cry about. It's like, okay, I'm not allowed to cry about the fact that you're beating me.
Also, you have to...
Okay, what?
Right, you have to hold your ankles. If you even barely let go, you're going to...
I've demonstrated
the count...
That big of a distance.
The count starts over.
And you can even I remember just letting go. It was like they watched with such a very close eye.
They wanted you to let go.
They did.
Because they wanted to spank you more.
Because I was like, I just let go. How did you catch that? Because I like let go and then grabbed my ankles again, and I was like, how did you see that so fast?
We're not talking about parents who thought, that's the right thing to do.
No.
Your children will end up bad, so you had good intentions. We're not talking about those parents. We're this is a different level.
This is different because this comes down to what is abuse. The nature of abuse is to assert power and control. And I have just detailed in the last 17 videos how every decision was about power and control, including the cult that they got into. It gave the parents, more specifically...
and it attracted people like that. That's why we've counted.
Yes.
And there's, I can't remember now. It was 11 different families.
Could be more at this point.
Could be more, but 11 that we know of that have passed through the same church where your mom still attends, as far as we know, that had abuse going on. And because either you observed it, or members of those families have reached out to you and told you, or you talked about it.
Yes. So, all right, can you bring that back?
What are you trying to do?
There was more to the quote. Okay, there it is. Okay.
Is this it or the next page?
Yes. So, in the weeks and months after a traumatic event, trauma survivors often experience an acute stress reaction that can incorporate an array of troubling symptoms, including nightmares, flashbacks, trouble concentrating, intrusive thoughts, insomnia, and increased startle reflex.
Everyone in your family had that. Like, they would get scared so easily. We just walk in a room and then they would immediately jump.
You didn't even have to do anything. You just walk in the room.
That would happen so many times our first year of marriage.
So many
Took a while
times
for you to get that. Like,
I've
been in that home the entire time. We have a really small, 700 square foot house. And I'll just walk from one room into the same room that you're in, and you'll just see me and go, oh! And it's like,
Yeah.
Why is this so free?
It bothered you so much because you're like, this doesn't seem normal.
No, like everyone gets startled, but it was like so frequent and so.
And all of my other siblings were the exact same way.
Yeah, like that stuck out to me. I'm like, there's something behind that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what is it? Well, now we know.
So to continue, panic, depression, numbness, mental confusion, sudden explosions of rage, and alienation. The world no longer feels like a safe place. Okay. So for many people, these reactions last a few weeks or months and then gradually subside. But for others, the symptoms persist, eventually developing into post-traumatic stress disorder. Survivors of child sexual abuse, especially incest, are at increased risk because they experienced many of the dynamics that make long-term PTSD more likely. The trauma or threat of trauma was repeated and of long duration. They were children when the abuse occurred. They felt great helplessness and betrayal. They believed the abuse was their fault, and most significantly, they used dissociation, that's supposed to say dissociation, that was a typo on my part, as a way to escape.
Yeah, that happened when we were engaged. The first time you told me anything, you thought you were confessing, as you were a 5-year-old, confessing to basically being sexually impure because you consented to this act from someone who was older than you.
I felt like I had voluntarily joined in because I was competing for a prize.
Right, you were coerced by a prize. Hey, do this to me, and if you
win,
if you do better than the other sibling who's also involved, then you'll get this toy.
Which, I'm sorry, but that's not normal sexual.
No, that's not experimentation.
That's not. That's not experimentation. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Was this part of this? Oh yeah, the rest of this quote. So although dissociation is an important protection, it is a factor that is correlated with the later development of PTSD. Post-traumatic symptoms can grow stronger and become more entrenched over time, or they can go underground and reemerge years or even decades later. I cannot tell you how many stories that I have come across where women in their 50s, 60s, 70s are uncovering stuff. Like, this is not a new thing. This has been going on for decades now, that people are uncovering this, people are researching this. The book, The Courage to Heal, I cannot highly recommend that.
Should have gotten the clip from Breaking Bad with Jesse. Science! Squeak.
Science, bleep. So another thing I wanted to note is that all those symptoms that occur after the event, I was experiencing all of those as a child well into my teen years. I have it documented. I'm going to read at some point different diary entries that kind of highlight.
Is you're just so ignorant. I think most people are ignorant to the signs of sexual abuse because you don't anticipate encountering that.
No, you don't, but you'd be surprised how many people have actually endured that. Because when you were abused, you get very well at hiding things.
It's good to know the signs.
It is good to know the signs, and we are going to, in a little bit, we're going to actually detail what to look for in the different ages of a child, the signs they exhibit, because this was helpful for me in accepting and realizing I was actually abused by my father. I was raped by my father for years, for decades. Not decades, years. So, hop back over to the script for a second. Just so I can see. No, actual script. Because I wanted to... Yeah, okay. So, going into how this, why this decided to come out, right? When it did. Or why does it come out for anybody? Why does it come out for anybody? Why does the body, why can't we just let go of things? Why can't you just forget about it? Well, if you've already forgotten about it in your mind, the body doesn't forget. So there's a quote I'm going to read from, and this is also in the Courage to Heal book. Psychiatrist Alice Miller writes, "The truth about our childhood is stored up in our body. And although we can repress it, we can never alter it. Our intellect can be deceived, our feelings manipulated, our perceptions confused, and our body tricked with medication. But someday, the body will present its bill. For it is an incorruptible, it is as incorruptible as a child who, still whole in spirit, will accept no compromises or excuses, and it will not stop tormenting us until we stop evading the truth. And I feel like the symptoms that you can have while going through this it does feel like torment. It is absolutely torment. So there was, is this the right button?
What are you trying to do? Full screen?
Yeah, because I don't have any things from the cards for now. So with all of that being said, 51 minutes in, since the beginning of May, I have been experiencing more memories. The darkest ones. The darkest ones. There have been times where I thought, I'm crazy. I'm making this up. And I just really didn't want to accept it.
You don't want it to be true, so why would you make it up?
I don't want it to be true. It's not because
You have nothing to gain by remembering it.
No, I don't. And
it makes everything worse remembering it.
It does. So I won't go into all of them. I'll save the rest of them for the book I'm planning to write. But I think the worst ones are of my father, the man who was supposed to be a loving father, raping me. Which I know sounds extreme, but and you can be like, well, he's dead. How can you verify? But when you've been
another sibling also remembers
that
him raping them, so
but also when you've recovered memories enough times, you know which ones are authentic and which ones to throw out, because there have been things that have come up and I was like, I don't know, that's not resonating with every cell in my body, and I don't think that's a part of my story, and I was able to kick it to the curb. So it's So it's not like I'm out here like, oh, I had a thought pop into my head. Oh, this is a memory. Because no. And thankfully, in the book that I've been reading, The Courage to Heal, they actually detail like when you have doubts and like when you are first remembering things, it doesn't come all in a sequence. You don't get it. Here's what happened. Then here's what happened. Then here's what happened. It's more like you just dumped a box of puzzle pieces onto the floor, and each puzzle piece represents a part of your history.
It's more like you get 5 different puzzles and you dump all the pieces together. And
Yeah.
you're like, does this go to this puzzle or a different puzzle?
Exactly. That's actually way better than what I was going with. So you have to spend some time making a timeline, getting, oh, wait a second, this was going on at that time, so that can't fit here. That goes over here. So there's a lot of that's more so what happens. I love your laughter, but I think you beat me down.
I'm trying to get him to quiet down.
This is very talkative. You provide the necessary innocence that is lacking in this video.
But there were children in your family who were at this age, right? Or maybe a little older than this.
Maybe a little older than that. Yeah, because he's 6 months old. So kind of how some of these memories started to surface was I was video chatting with another sibling, and we began simultaneously being triggered. And triggering looks different for everyone. When you surface a memory, it can look a little bit different for everyone. Sometimes it's just a thought. Sometimes you get an image. Sometimes you get a somatic memory, which means you feel it in your body somewhere, and you're like, what is this physical sensation? Like, I'm standing underneath an air conditioning vent, and all of a sudden I'm sweating. What the heck is this?
So yeah, somatic memories are when you experience the memory in your body. Your body goes back in time, and you experience the same things you're experiencing at that point in time.
Yes, and I actually have a quote for that later on, about how the part of the brain that stores this doesn't have concept of time. So when you go through this, your body's like, oh no, it's happening right now. This is still happening. So what I went through in 2021, I thought, oh, that's it. That was the worst of it. That's the last time I have to deal with that. And I was like, this was like 2021 all over again, and I talked about that in another video.
That's when you really started remembering a lot of stuff, was in 2021.
Yes, that was when a lot of stuff came to the surface. So I'm, the first memories, and it was interesting how these memories kind of came. They came from when I was the youngest, when Terry did this, and it just continued. Like, okay, so it went on till I have this age, then it felt like there was a jump in time, and there this age, and then there was a whole process of trying to figure out when did it stop. So the first one I do remember I was able to place at 17, 18 months old. I could feel myself. This is a memory that I had when I've had this memory for I thought it was my earliest memory.
Yep, you told me this when we were emailing back before we were married.
I thought it was a happy one, but since I've learned that if you remember things from before the age of I think it's either from 3 to 5 or something like that, usually not a good one.
Mm-hmm.
So I could feel myself on the rug in the living room. I knew this rug, and from the memory, it was the sun was streaming through the curtains, and they felt like really big windows. But again, this is only because of my perception as a 17-month-old. These windows would seem giant. And I assumed he was just changing my diaper, because I was like, why else would I have my diaper off? Why else would I be laughing and feeling good? And why? And for the longest time, I thought he was just changing my diaper and tickling me, and I always associated with Terry. Now, I thought it was connected with another memory, but that one was different than this one. It was a different perpetrator. So then new memories came. New somatic memories with this, and I could feel.
No, that was so fast.
Oh my gosh, Archie! I could feel his fingers, his hands, and they had a distinct roughness. I've memorized the shape, it was ingrained, and I've always hated his hands. I was very careful about the man I married and made sure his hands were nothing like Terry's. Nothing. I've been very specific, down to the length, the shape, everything had to be completely different, because I wasn't going to marry someone who had hands like Terry's. We sang a song called Daddy's Hands, and I wanted to throw up everyone wanted to throw up singing that song.
That basically implies that he beats me when I'm bad.
That's one of the lyrics. And I mean, that's why I thought I didn't like the song, was just because of the beating. I'm like, well, that's enough, right? So then the image of him specifically touching, my private parts kept replaying over and over in my brain. And I was like, ugh, why do we have to keep coming back? And I finally figured out, when I could just accept it and believe it, then it would stop.
All the pain and the somatic memories.
All the pain.
The reliving it physically and actually feeling it again.
It would subside. When I accepted this happen. So I could feel the sensations of him touching me. And I thought, okay, maybe that's the only one. Maybe I'm lucky. And I was like, no, I know there's another one. Because during this time,
Rapists gonna rape.
I had severe cramping in my abdomen. This wasn't a part of my cycle or anything like that. It started, and there was this persistent nausea. And I've been able to connect that whenever there is nausea that pops up when I think about memories, I always know it's sexual, and I'm like, oh, no, not again. Why is there more? Why? When is it gonna stop? And so I kind of found out that the more intense the cramps were, the closer one of these memories would surface. So there was one day I was just laying in bed. I was writhing and crying in pain, and I knew that if I took anything to dull the pain, I wouldn't be able to have the necessary trigger that I needed to access the memory, because in my experience in all this, I had discovered that pain is a compass. And if you follow the pain, you will find the memory. You will find relief. You will find release from the memory. So I was laying there. I'm like, oh, when's it gonna hit me? And then it was just like, I've tried like, okay, let's remember, and it doesn't happen necessarily like that. It's when I don't want it, when I most don't want it. So it was just like the next memory came to mind, the next one that I recalled, and it was like puzzle pieces from a strange memory I've long held that kind of snapped into place. Now, the memory I had was taking a nap on the couch with my dad when I was 3.
Mm-hmm. I've heard this story before.
You've heard this one before. He was like, would you just lay still? You're such a wiggle worm. That was it. But I remember thinking, I'm uncomfortable. I don't want to be here. And I was like, that's a weird memory to have. Why is this sticking out? So then the rest of...
You remember the rest of it.
The rest of the pieces clicked into place. And so then there were the fingers again. And I was like, there they are. And
there was actual penetration?
Yes, there was actual penetration.
So that's
how I know that
that's what makes it rape and not just sexual assault.
That's what makes it rape, is the actual penetration, because the other somatic memory that often was the guide for this was feeling the stabbing pains, that burning, like, this is, I apologize for the graphic nature of this, but as I said last night, my life is graphic. It was a stabbing pain in my vagina, and I'm like, okay, so great.
Life is rated X. Life is rated R.
Yeah, it's rated really, really bad. So I'm like feeling his fingers, and no place that a 3-year-old daughter, any 3-year-old should be feeling them. But again, as soon as I acknowledge it, I'm like, okay, that makes sense. It was connected. It was like, it's like clicking the puzzle piece into place. And then it's like, if you were like struggling to fit, you're not sure how the shape goes. You're like, is it this side? Is it this side? But then like once you have it clicked into place and it just there, it's like the struggle stops, the pain, immediately the cramping subsided, and I was like, whoa, okay, that's kind of a new thing. So in the midst of this, right, this is 2 that came pretty close together. They were pretty back to back.
Have we already talked about the chickens? Because that's more evidence.
We originally left that story out because it seemed too unbelievable.
Well, now
it makes sense.
We have to talk about that. Because I heard that he told us that story himself.
Yeah, that was a little.
Anyway,
that's a little disturbing data point. Well, it kind of fits in with what
I'm just thinking about the fingers. Like that's what he did to the chickens and told us about it.
Yeah, he's used the same hand motion. Do you want to share that story so I can take a sip of water?
Okay. So, I'm trying to remember when this was. I'm pretty sure it was. Was it when we went for Stephanie's wedding?
I think he told us this story multiple times because I remember him telling us in this house. But you remember it there.
You had a lot more conversations with him than I did because I was working. When he was here with us, so he could have told you a second time.
Mm-hmm. Because he was bragging about it.
Because I remember, the reason I remember it is because we're walking. He's showing us on the property because we've been married, we've been gone, and they have this new elaborate chicken coop that they built. So he's walking past it and he's showing us the chicken coop, and I kind of remember, and we're like side by side. He's like a little bit in front of us because he's showing us around. I remember him like kind of looking over his shoulders, and he says, well, first off, they're talking about how the chickens are referred to as his girls. And he says he likes to like reach down and touch them like this. He was like
rubbing them like and
this,
getting them off, basically.
And he says, and I like to watch them strut off like they got something.
Yeah, he's like they would shake their feathers. He did this kind of motion. It's like they would, like they just got something.
And then he just like smiled real big and just kept on walking. And I just remember you and me like looking at each other like,
what the bleep?
Did we just hear that?
Did we both hallucinate and hear the same thing? Like, what the heck just happened? So it was like things like that kind of just were like, okay,
that's the kind of person he was.
That's the kind of person. This is making way too much sense now. Stuff is just like, what the heck? So
I guess we just
we weren't even sure what to do with that information.
We were just like, maybe we misunderstood or heard wrong because like we just never really thought about that or talked about it again until like
more recently.
All this stuff started coming up. Like, wait a minute, maybe There's something.
I mean,
to
we
that.
considered putting it in the series, but some people are like, that's a bit of a stretch there. Now it's not.
Not anymore. 'Cause...
No, it's not. It's just another data point of, okay, yeah, that fits. So yeah, in the midst of this,
and why is he going around telling people? He's like proud of it, and that goes
that
back
was the
to
other disturbing thing.
and that's like another one of your siblings was like bragging. No, a couple of your siblings have bragged about what they did sexually to younger siblings or other siblings.
Yeah.
Like, why are you bragging about it?
Yeah, that to me is really disturbing because it's like, look,
It's
I understand feeling shame.
Yeah,
I
but you're
don't
actually
understand feeling
like it's funny or
proud.
something.
And you're bragging about, like, what? Okay. So yeah, so in the middle of this, I'm starting again to have all the same symptoms I had before. I'm like, okay, we're getting depression, anger, the dark thoughts, not feeling safe again, feeling like a little child, which that's pretty common when you are remembering things that happen. Like if you relive a memory, depending on what age you were, your brain will often give you phrases like you'll kind of think in that same age. So you'll start to think in like little girl terms. And I was like, okay, this now makes sense why every time that I had gotten, this is pretty personal, everything in this is pretty personal, what I was saying. When I would get my period, like the cramping, I always felt like a little girl. And I phrased it to you, like, hey, when I'm on my period, can you baby me? And you're like, what does that mean? And I'm like, I don't know, actually. Just take, I didn't even know how to communicate that. I was just like, I just want to be babied. Like, I feel like a baby, like, I actually feel like a baby. It's like I didn't think incest was bad, okay?
Yeah, that's the conclusion we're coming to.
Yeah. And it also brought to mind every time, well, yeah, this kind of goes into the other.
What are you doing?
You were trying to grab that microphone. I think you were. Feeling, whenever I would have bad cramping pains, I would always want to kill somebody. Like, and I'm like, I don't think that's normal. Like, I would have, like, very strong urges, and, like, I remember saying, I want to kill somebody. And I'm like, this doesn't seem right, but it was played off as, you're gonna have normal, intense cramps. So, whatever. So then, I should have looked at the timeline of this, but it wasn't too far off there wasn't too much time in between where I was, again, video chatting with the same sibling.
Video chatting, yeah.
And more memories were coming up. I thought we were just processing theirs, and then I'm like, oh, come on, I'm being triggered again.
It was definitely less than 2. It was probably like a week.
I think it was like a week or a couple days. It wasn't that long.
It was
pretty like boom, boom, boom. It was a lot back to back, and it was just like my brain and my body were just like vomiting everything out. We're like, okay, we're in a place to deal with this. Surprise! There's more. This is the clip I would love to play, but it's not appropriate. Surprise, mother bleeper!
Put the squeaky toy in.
Yeah. So we're on the call, and I'm like, oh no. This time I'm remembering when I was older. And then I'm like, okay, I'd already figured out I'd been raped when I was 10, turning 11 by someone outside the family. And then I'm like, I'm really struggling to remember those years. Like, what the heck happened in those? Like, it's just blanked out.
I think you still don't remember those.
I don't.
And that person has admitted that they did things to you and you don't remember.
Yeah. Yeah.
So why would they admit to doing that to you and you don't remember it?
Yeah.
Unless it's actually true.
Mm-hmm.
So it shows how you can, like, there can be evidence of things. Like, we even, like, showed a video yesterday where, like, Cheryl was screaming at one of your siblings, and the sibling that's being screamed at, and this was recently, so it's like 2023, says they barely remember that, and we have it on video.
Yeah, yeah. That's how. So it's like when your brain has been trained to just, they're like, okay, we know we're in an abusive environment. A lot gets blocked out, and this is pretty common. Like, whole years will be blocked out, like whole sections of time will just be like a complete blank. Like you cannot, you physically, like you have no way of accessing
Right.
anything.
And we're not talking like when you're a young child, because it's normal to lose those memories, but not like
No,
when
I'm
you're...
talking about when I was 11. I was 11 years old. And I have pictures of like what happened when I was 11, and I'm like, I don't remember this. Like, I look at the pictures and I'm like, I still can't. Like, usually when you look at pictures, you can recall things, right? You can at least recall like feelings or like,
Because if stuff's in the distance and it's not important to you in the moment, your brain kind of puts it on the back burner because it's your brain tries to be efficient. But then if you see the picture, then you get all the memories back or whatever.
But yeah, there was none of that for me in like whole like spans of time. So this is now, I'm like, oh snap, this is why I couldn't remember why when Terry would spank me. I have like maybe one.
Right, because again,
before I had one memory of when he beat me.
In the bathroom.
In the bathroom.
Where you'd be stripped naked below the waist, bent over, completely holding your ankles.
As my siblings have described, which is very concerning to me, we remember going into the bathroom. We don't remember what happened in the bathroom, but we remember coming out of the bathroom.
But you do remember enough to know that there was like 50 to 70.
You do remember that, but I remember those from Mom.
Oh, from your mom. Okay.
I remembered those from Mom. I remember
because she did the majority of this disciplining, beatings, because she was the one that was home.
I remembered Terry spanking me when I was a little girl, and I wiggled my butt and made him laugh, so he couldn't finish spanking me because he was laughing too hard. But again, the abuse had stopped, so that's why I was able to remember that memory. So I'm remembering what I couldn't remember when Dad would lock the bathroom door to beat me. And as I stated before, you can see things in third person point of view. I'm getting that image. Like, it's just consuming my brain. And I'm like, how do I turn the projector off? How do I get how do we take the image down? Can we get this down? And it's there. It's there, and I'm getting all the graphic details, like, and then the one sibling heard the phrase in their head, and I'm like, as soon as they said it, immediately sick, and more images.
That sibling has the exact same memory.
Yes.
He did the exact same thing to that sibling.
Yes. The phrase was, the belt comes off. This is going to get really graphic, I'm sorry. The belt comes off, the penis comes out. And that phrase just repeats in the echo chambers of my mind.
So while you're bent over in that position, he's raping you.
Yes. And I'm like, okay, he took advantage. This makes sense. I'm still struggling to accept the sensations, the feelings. I've got the pains everywhere, and I'm like, okay, this my intense fear of belts makes sense now, because I'm like, we've been trying to figure out, like, we've been talking about for almost like a year, like,
because we know they would be.
There was a belt. There's a memory with a belt involved, and I can't access it. Like, I don't know how to get that, and I felt sick. I'm like, oh, I don't really want to deal with that right now. Can we just, just not? Like, I don't know. So there was both sodomy and penetration. I don't know.
Vaginal?
Yeah, vaginal. It's hard. This is my first time like telling this publicly, so this is hard to say the words. Like, I've written them down. I've talked about them. So it's like my body is just processing multiple events that are converging into one horrifying memory, which is it's just pretty common for you to get. You think there might only be one event, but then as you walk yourself back through the memory again and again and again, you remember there's different details. This was different events. And now I'm getting the ages, because oftentimes when I'm like, okay, I'll get a sense of the age that I was. 11, 12, 13. And I'm like, okay, I have detailed in this series.
Let that please be the end.
I'm like, God, please let this be the end of it, because this is a lot. I'm like, this is just the most horrific thing that I have ever had to acknowledge. Or so I think. So I think that's the end of it, because I'm like, okay, I distinctly remember the last time he beat me. And I have detailed how I felt like I knew he was turned on for one thing. I knew he was uncomfortable. He said it was because I was becoming a woman, so he could no longer beat me. But I also remember feeling like he was disappointed. And that was a feeling that I didn't want to acknowledge because I was like, I felt bad. Like, I felt like I had done something wrong.
It made you feel dirty?
It made me feel so incredibly dirty. Like, that the fact that this had ended, I felt like there was more to just the beatings ending. And at the time,
There's something broken about you, and
that too. That was like, okay, this is coming up. Like, this is all, just all of the different thoughts that process through your mind.
Also, like, he was absent a lot, right?
Yeah.
He was not really involved in your life otherwise. Is it possible, like, there's a part of you that, like, somehow felt a connection through this, as, like, even though it's twisted? Because we've heard stories of other people, like a mother on I think it was the YouTube channel is the Soft White Underbelly. Mm-hmm. I'm just like, this is kept popping into my, I was thinking out loud.
Well,
and she talked about how she basically sexually abused her son because that's all that happened to her growing up, and she thought if you love someone, this is what you do. So I didn't know if, like, that's the only time you're getting time alone with your father, and now he's saying we can't do this anymore. Maybe that was part of it. I don't know. I'm just wondering.
Well, yeah. So that's the interesting thing is that, and you'll see this when I read some of the diary entries coming up.
As just like, obviously as despicable and disgusting as that sounds.
Right.
I'm not saying like you wanted it or anything.
No,
it's
no,
like
no.
Stuff gets twisted.
I understand completely what you're saying. What I was gonna say is I think yes, because I often refer to him as Daddy.
I thought that was weird. A lot of your siblings would call him
Daddy.
that, even as adults.
As adults. Like, okay, given that can be a sweet thing. Don't get me wrong. That can be a very sweet thing if you have a normal relationship. But, like, there was definitely an obsession. So I'm at this point really, yeah, I wanted to slide. I'm really hoping that there isn't more, but my body's like, there's more. Go back. There's one more slide.
This one?
Oh wait. Did this get put up on a card?
Oh, maybe I didn't put that up.
Okay, so there was a quote. So people would. Hey.
I must have missed that.
Thank you. So this is also from the book The Courage to Heal. People with PTSD continue to cycle through rounds of distress. Memories of the trauma remain stored in the amygdala and the hypothalamus, the primitive instinctual parts of the brain that are concerned with survival. These areas of the brain are also called the old brain and they can only react. They are not able to think, reason, plan, or compare. The old brain, this is actually a really longer thing here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The old brain responds, so this is kind of what I was getting into about, like, this is where this stuff is stored. The old brain responds instantly. Let's see. So the old brain can only react. They are not able to think, reason, plan, or compare. The old brain responds instantly to danger, overriding the thinking parts of the brain. This ability to react immediately without thinking can save our lives, but at a cost. The old brain deeply imprints information related to danger and survival, and since it does not have the capacity to integrate the experience of trauma and cannot differentiate the past from the present, it continues to react as if you were still in danger. Whenever you experience anything that is reminiscent of the initial trauma, the amygdala and the highly attuned structures surrounding it are activated, triggering a new cascade of stress chemicals. For survivors of child sexual abuse, smelling a particular cologne, seeing the shadow of a man at sunset, sensing a sudden movement out of the corner of the eye, or being touched in a particular way can set off an intense alarm reaction in which the initial panic, helplessness, and terror are re-experienced in the present. And that's exactly what happened, as, like, I immediately went back into people can't touch me, especially not from behind. Like, I was like, I am so sorry, children. Like, unfortunately we had to have a conversation with the kids, like, hey, just for now, mommy needs you to ask permission to put your hand on her just for now. Like we've since said, hey, it's safe, you can touch mommy again. Like, but these are conversations that, because I don't want the kid to be confused, because when you deny the reality that a child is sensing they're seeing, then it's good. It's from Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
That's a good one.
That is a good one. Thank you for that. So, yeah, when children
I'm surprised you knew that.
know
You weren't allowed to read that.
Yeah, but I've read it recently.
Oh, you
I've read it
recently.
since we
Okay.
got married. So, yeah, the children were obviously aware that, something is wrong with mommy. And so, instead of denying the reality, we explained it to them, because that is much more beneficial to a child to explain the reality, rather than, like, even if you're in a bad mood, like, instead of denying and saying, I'm not in a bad mood, it's like, well, then that tells them, wait, what's happening here? Because I see that you're in a bad mood, but you're telling me you're not in a bad mood. What's going on? And it creates stress for them. So you were a major trigger. Males,
Sorry.
anything to do with dads, like hearing, like it got worse. It got much worse. And I wasn't able, before it got that worse, in the middle of processing this, we were going to go over to, we'd planned to go over to Reagan's
Before this
sister.
started happening.
Yeah, before this started happening, we were planning to go over to Reagan's sister and her husband's house. And I was like, the kids have been looking forward to it. We're like, Reagan's like, should we cancel? And I'm like, you know what? No. I would like to get out of the house. I don't want this to, affect the plans. I'll be okay. And we're like, let's just warn them ahead of time what I'm going through, so that if I get triggered, which is probably an inevitability at this point, they don't feel like it's their fault, because sometimes people can be like, oh no, I still felt horrible, but
Right, it doesn't mean you're bad if you've triggered
no,
someone. It's just
no,
that
no.
something about the situation has reminded them of the abuse they experienced in the past.
Yeah, it's not people, that person. It doesn't mean, like, if you're triggered by someone, it doesn't mean that person isn't safe. It means that it's sending an alarm bell to your brain that something in your past wasn't safe, and you have a remembrance.
Right, there's something they have. There's some overlap they have. Like, it could be just they were a father or they're a male.
Yeah, that's literally all it could be.
Or it could be the environment, the location.
The location, yeah, as I discovered. So while I'm getting, ready to go, like, I'm trying to just go about just normally. I'm like, feeling like it's like, to some extent, when you remember this kind of stuff, you can feel like it's written on you and people can see it. People are, they know exactly what's happened to you. And like, I keep hearing the word slut repeated in my brain, like in my mind. And it's just, I look in the mirror, I'm trying to put some makeup on, and all I hear is slut, slut, slut. And I'm like,
well, because you were called a slut if you wore makeup too growing up.
Yes. I had originally gotten a swim dress, and I was like, yeah, there is no chance that I'm going to wear that. No way. Like, I was fine with it a month ago, but now I can't wear that. Like, I went back to all of I need to cover up everything to feel safe. I need to, like, all of this. So on the way, maybe this was a mistake, I don't know. But on the way to their house, I'm bothered by the fact, like, were there signs that, he was raping me? Were there signs that I could point to?
Because you're still having a hard time accepting that.
I was really having a hard time accepting that any of this is true. So I looked up signs of looking up signs and symptoms of child sexual abuse from the different ages. Yeah, we should have cards for that.
Yeah, I do have that.
And I talked about wanting to be educated, educating people about this, because maybe you didn't know to look for this, or you recognize this in yourself. I don't know. I would just like to provide some education on this. So, I already talked about that. Yeah, I already talked about that.
I didn't realize we had all these slides.
Oh, okay. You did put it on the
Okay.
card.
I guess it was out of order.
Things were out of order. Okay, yeah, I already said that.
Okay,
Here we go. Okay, so physical signs young children from ages 0 to 3 years of age may exhibit: any injuries to the genital or anal area, painful urination or bowel movement, sore throats or trouble swallowing, difficulty walking or sitting, frequent urinary or yeast infections, feeding and bowel problems. These are the behavioral signs that young children from 0 to 3
So this is
may
from
exhibit.
the website's called hopeandsafety.org. Is that correct? Or was that a different site?
It was a different site. It's from
Okay.
some Alaskan like rape
Okay.
awareness website. I forgot to add the.
I do think Alaska has a high rate of dangerous people.
Well, that makes sense. So excessive crying, fear, failure to thrive, sleeping problems, including nightmares, exhibits violent behavior towards siblings and other children, biting, hitting, kicking, regressive behavior such as thumb sucking or bedwetting. And I had a lot of these. I'm like, check. Oh my gosh, yeah. But I always assumed it was because of other people who had done this stuff to me too.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm like, okay, this was a little bit there. So moving on to the physical signs children from 2 to 9 years of age may exhibit. Again, any injuries to the genital or anal area, painful urination or bowel movement, sore throats or trouble swallowing, difficulty walking or sitting, feeding and bowel problems, urinary and or bowel accidents, frequent urinary or yeast infections, chronic or recurrent abdominal or pelvic pain. I had like the last two words a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you've experienced
even as a
that.
kid.
You've re-experienced, and this is some of what you've re-experienced as an adult too.
Yes.
When those somatic memories come in.
Mm-hmm. A lot of that. So, the behavioral signs that children from 2 to 9 years of age may exhibits adult-like sexual knowledge, behavior, or language, engages in inappropriate sex play, for example, act out sexual behavior on stuffed animals or other toys. I did this with chess pieces, and I was like, where the heck did I get this? Feeling shameful or guilty, excessive or public masturbation. Oh my gosh, yeah, I've detailed that in another episode.
Even in church.
Yes, even in church. Reenacts sexual abuse or tries to initiate behavior with siblings or other children. I didn't actually do that. Shows great worry for siblings or assumes caretaking role. That one I did more. Exhibits violent behavior towards siblings and other children, biting, hitting, kicking, trouble making friends. I had that. Writes, draws, plays, or dreams of sexual or frightening images. Regressive behavior such as thumb sucking or bedwetting. Feels threatened by physical contact. Yeah, I had that a lot. Has nightmares or trouble sleeping. Develops phobias, cruelty to animals. I had some of those.
I know a lot of your siblings have
A lot of those,
a lot of
yeah.
these too.
Yeah, you may not have all of them, but if you have a large amount of them, then yeah. So the physical signs that children 9 years and older may exhibit: painful urination or bowel movement, sore throats or trouble swallowing, difficulty walking or sitting, feeding and bowel problems, self-harm, gain or lose a large amount of weight, frequent urinary or yeast infections, become pregnant or contract a venereal disease.
I'm kind of shocked that, as far as we know, that hasn't happened in your family.
Yeah.
It's a miracle.
Yeah. So the behavioral signs that children from 9 years and older may exhibit: depression or withdrawal, suicidal thoughts or gestures, nightmares or trouble sleeping, sudden changes in school performance, plummeting grades, skipping school, drug and alcohol abuse, promiscuous activities, run away from home, secretive or isolated, trouble making friends, exhibits adult-like sexual knowledge, behavior, or language, feeling shameful or guilty, excessive or public masturbation, reenacts sexual abuse or tries to initiate behavior with siblings or other children, shows great worry for siblings or assumes caretaking role, extreme mood swings, crying, violence, fear, withdrawal, depression, writes, draws, plays, or dreams of sexual or frightening images, regressive or clingy behavior, feels threatened by physical contact, develops phobias, fear of situations outside of their control, engage in fire-starting activities.
Yeah, that happened in your family.
Cruelty to animals.
Yeah, a lot of cruelty to animals.
Complaints of physical ailments such as headaches, stomach aches, or pain. And I had so much of these, especially going into my teen years. And I was like, oh, snap. So that made me wonder just, a little bit. But then I'm like, okay. Maybe I had the signs. But did Terry have the signs of being a sexual, like, was is there something I can look at that can kind of help me give like a profile or, you know, some I just need some evidence, you know, because
Yeah, I think
it's
I
not like
remember
I
you
can dig him up and go ask him.
reading through these on the drive.
I did.
Remember
Yeah.
you reading these out loud to me.
Yeah. And you're like, oh my gosh, yeah. So I'm going to go through, this is an article from hopeandsafety.org, In the Mind of the Sexual Offender. So abusive people, including sexual offenders, typically think they are unique, really so different from other people that they do not have to follow the same rules everyone else does. Rather than being unique, abusers and sexual offenders have a lot in common with one another, including their patterns of thinking and behaving. So this was made pretty clear by my parents feeling like they were outside of the rules that they set for everyone else in the home.
Yeah, that's why there's so much hypocrisy.
Yeah, there was a lot of hypocrisy.
Like, and they broke their own standards and rules all the time because they were above.
All the time. All right, so some of the characteristics are excuse making. Instead of accepting responsibility for his actions, the sexual offender tries to justify his behavior. For example, I was molested as a child, or
Bing,
I was drunk when I did it, or when she said no, I thought she meant yes. Or, and also in my case, well, she was dressed in skimpy clothes, so. Okay, moving on. Blaming. Oh, I guess this also falls under blaming, what I just said. The sexual offender shifts responsibility for his actions from himself to others, a shift that allows him to blame the other person for causing his behavior. For example, she was acting provocatively. I'm like, yep, check. Redefining. In a variation on the tactic of blaming, the sexual offender redefines the situation so that the problem lies not with him, but with the outside world in general. For example, it is society's fault. Then you have success fantasies. The sexual offender believes he would be rich, famous, or extremely successful in some other terms if only people were not holding him back.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. I remember that.
He uses this belief to justify his assault. The sexual offender also puts other people down verbally in order to make himself feel superior. Oh my gosh, yeah.
He attacked. He said a lot of mean things to me a lot too. I'm like, where is that coming from?
Yeah. Lying. The sexual offender uses lies to control the information available and therefore to control the situation. The sexual offender also may use lying to keep other people, including his victim, off balance psychologically. For example, he tries to appear truthful when he is lying. He tries to look deceitful even when he's telling the truth, and sometimes he reveals himself in an obvious lie.
Yeah, he did do that. Wow.
Yeah. Assuming. Sexual offenders often assume they know what others are thinking or feeling. Oh my gosh, this was the result of so many arguments because he's like, I know how you're feeling. I'm like, no, you don't. And I wasn't the only one he would do that with either. Their assumption allows them to justify their behavior because they know what the other person would think or do in a given situation. For example, I could tell she wanted me to do it. Above the rules. As mentioned earlier, a sexual offender generally believes he is better than other people and so does not have to follow the rules that ordinary people do. That attitude is typical of convicted criminals too. Each inmate in a jail typically believes that while all the other inmates are criminals, he himself is not. A sexual offender shows above the rules thinking when he says, for example, I don't need counseling.
Yep.
An exact quote from
Terry Long.
Nobody knows as much about my life as I do. I can stop anytime I want to. Making fools of others.
Yep.
The sexual offender combines tactics to manipulate others. The tactics include lying, upsetting the other person just to watch his or her reactions, and encouraging fights between or among others. Or he may try to charm the person he wants to manipulate, pretending a lot of interest or concern for that person in order to get on her or his good side. Fragmentation. This one helped explain a lot, because I'm like, okay, this man sat in a pew for 25 years.
Yeah.
Not in a pew, it was actually just a chair. But
went to church religiously for 25 years.
How the heck did he, how? How? So reading this, I was like, oh my goodness, okay. So the sexual offender usually keeps his assaultive behavior separate from the rest of his life, physically and psychologically. An example of physical separation is the abuser's sexually assaulting family members, but not people outside the family. An example of psychological separation is the the offender attending church Sunday morning and sexually assaulting his victim Sunday night. He sees no inconsistency in his behavior and feels justified in it.
When we read that, we're like, did they know Terry Long? Did they just...
I know. I was like,
just write
did
a
they
description?
know? I was like, oh my gosh, because like I didn't write this. Okay,
This is
go
from that,
look up that article.
that website.
Go look up Inside the Mind. Go search in the mind of a sexual offender, and this will come up.
hopeandsafety.org.
I think it's Hope. I think that's correct. That just the fragmentation was it just reading that I was like, okay, I'm not crazy, because it's like you kind of jump scare.
Just trying to make sure everyone's still awake.
Yeah, it just made me feel less crazy having that, them using that example.
Yeah, that was wild.
Minimizing. The sexual offender ducks responsibility for his actions by trying to make them seem unimportant. For example, it was no big deal, or she wanted it anyway.
And we don't know. I mean, do you remember him saying stuff like that? I mean, maybe that's what he said in his own mind, but...
That's what he said in his own mind. I don't...
He was never caught or anything, so he never really needed to use those.
As far as I know,
as far as we know.
I don't know if he was caught or not. I don't know. Anger. Oh my gosh. We've already played a clip early on of them talking about his anger and how bad it was, and everyone knew this. Sexual offenders are not actually angrier than other people.
Beaten. Played a clip of a sibling talking about him beating multiple kids with a metal rod, just flying off the handle in anger and beating them with a metal rod. That wasn't a spanking. The normal spankings, that's just
Anger is a tool offenders use. They deliberately appear to be angry in order to control situations and people. What were you going to say?
I was just going to go through all the different examples, but...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, very angry person.
Power plays. The sexual offender uses various tactics to overcome resistance to his bullying. For instance, he berates the victim, calling her a tease, a slut, etc. If they have friends or acquaintances in common, he may organize others to shun or criticize her for daring to accuse him of rape or sexual assault. I mean, I don't get that.
Sadly, we never got to accuse him.
While he was alive.
Yeah.
But if he wasn't dead, I wouldn't be able to access these memories.
You wouldn't have been able to remember,
He had to be dead. Occasionally, the sexual offender will pretend to be helpless or will act persecuted in order to manipulate the victim into accompanying him or staying with him. Here, the offender thinks that if he does not get what he wants, he is the victim, and he uses the disguise of victim to attack or make fools of others. I have too many, and all of my siblings and Cheryl can talk about how he played victim, and I was like, oh, poor me, and would make a fool of you. Yeah. Drama and excitement. Sexual offenders make the choice not to have close relationships with other people. They substitute drama and excitement for closeness. Offenders find it exciting to watch others get angry, get into fights, or be in a state of general uproar. Often they will use a combination of tactics described earlier to set up a dramatic and exciting situation. I think we talked about how he actually aggravated the animals. He aggravated the dog to attack him because he thought it was funny.
Right. So talk about that. He would have all you kids lined up, and then he'd pretend to, like he was going to hurt you guys.
He would intentionally pretend to
and the dog thought he was being serious, so the dog would attack Terry to try to protect you guys. And he thought that was the most hilarious thing.
We actually have a photo. There is a photo of this. I know we put it in one of the other clips.
Yeah.
It's in one of the other videos.
But then also just like recently when he was staying with us, in 2022 or something, and you'd go to the store, he would try to make a fool of you out in public.
Yeah, he was deliberately trying to do that. And I was like, okay, this feels a little weird. Like, I don't know why you're doing this, but okay. I
talk about what he would do.
He was, I can't even remember because I was
like passing gas and stuff?
Oh,
or
yeah.
yelling out or something?
He would, so I was trying to remember specifically what he'd done in 2022 when I went to the store with him, but he would purposely pass gas like really loudly in the store and then run out of the aisle to make it seem like someone else or mom had done it.
He also tried to humiliate your mom.
Yeah, he would humiliate mom a lot. Or he would just do so many So many things to embarrass you. A closed channel. The sexual offender does not reveal much about his real feelings, and he is not open to new information about himself, such as insights into how others see him. He is secretive, closed-minded, and self-righteous. He believes he is right in all situations. Yeah. Ownership. The sexual offender typically is very possessive. Moreover, he believes that anything he wants should be his, and anything that is his, he can do with as he pleases. That attitude applies to people as well as to possessions.
That must have been how he justified it. He's like, well, you're my child, so I can do whatever I want.
I really think so. And I have, again,
It's
I'm
so
going to
hard.
go through.
It's so hard to wrap your mind around how someone could do this.
It is. It is so mind-boggling because it's just, it's sick. So yeah, it justifies his controlling behavior. Sorry, there was the last line.
Sorry.
Physically abusive behavior and taking others' possessions. I don't even think we talked about how you'd be like, hey,
Oh yeah, the
I
money.
need to borrow money from you kids so we can do this. And you wouldn't have any other choice but to surrender your own money that you earned yourself to Dad so that he could pay for, I need gas money or anything like that. And we frequently felt like, I've talked about how we felt like we were owned, and it's, yeah, we don't own people, okay? We ended slavery. We're not owning anyone.
America. I won't play that. I want to jump scare people again.
Self-glorification. I think this is the last one. The sexual offender usually thinks of himself as strong, superior, independent, self-sufficient, and very masculine.
Masculine.
His idea of the ideal man often is the cowboy or the adventurer type. Any action or perceived attitude of another person that does not conform to his glorified self-image is seen as a put-down. So, reading through that, I was like, okay. Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, he was, no, sorry, I read the go ahead. My brain.
Confuse me.
Yeah, I know. I confused myself. My brain is, I'm not ready for that part yet.
Green means go. So go ahead and don't do it.
Did you find the,
I've not been able to find the picture.
Oh well, we can. I know we've seen it we've shown it other places.
I think we did, yeah.
We did. We talked about it in like the bullying, I think it was the bullying episode. It's black and white, if that helps. What you're
So
looking
many
for.
pictures.
I know.
And their pod doesn't have a title. Should have been titled.
Through here, and I don't see it. Oh well. Oh, I think we should move on.
Oh, confuse me again.
Just put us back on full screen and go back to
Alright.
the script, because I need to go back to the script.
There it is.
So yeah, scroll through that. What is your deal, little man? So yeah, to finish, how'd this play out, me going out in public, because in previous times when I've gone out in public, it's not ended well. I've had severe social anxiety, but I was willing to try it because they said they had prepared a room
Right, because we're
for
on our
me to
way to
go.
my sister's house. Yeah.
Yeah, we were going, as we're reading all of this stuff, what I just detailed. So we get there and they're like, hey, we're kind of filling them in on what, and they're like, honestly, I'm not surprised. And just the validation in that statement.
Right, because like if all these other people in your family abused you and raped you and stuff, like how could it not be him?
Exactly. And so I was okay at first, and then I'm like, what is going on? I started feeling like a little panicky and everything. And I forgot to say, they had prepared a room for me to go into and be by myself if I needed to. And I was like, hopefully I won't need it, but that was so lovely and so considerate and amazing. So I'm in the pool and I'm feeling panicked. I'm feeling like I'm being triggered. And at first I was like, maybe I'm just, having anxiety, because obviously I was just reading stuff. I'm like, I don't know. Maybe it was because I was in the bathroom. And at one point I think I looked at you and you're like, you're not okay, are you? And I was like, nope. And I could feel myself like having that panicky helplessness, like I gotta get out of here, nowhere is safe kind of feeling. And I couldn't figure out what had done it. So I went and his sister handed me a towel and I was like, I'm so sorry. And I'm now like crying and I'm panicking. I'm breathing really hard. And I'm having all these thoughts in my head. And I'm like, you know, this one line that's repeating is our dads are dangerous. Dad isn't safe. And it's just like repeating over and over and over in my head. And I'm like, nowhere is safe. And I'm like, you know, rocking back and forth. And then at one point I'm just like crying. And then I'm like feeling like I'm hearing the screaming that I'm not able to just like voice. Like I'm just like, it was pretty intense. And eventually I've learned a calming technique where you rub your arms like this for a while and it can help calm me down. So I was doing that and I was praying and I'm like, God help, I need help here. And I calmed down and I thought it must have been, because I was like, I'm wet, maybe I should go into the bathroom. I'm like, don't go in the bathroom. Bathroom's like, don't go in the bathroom alone. That's where it happens, don't go there. And I'm like, okay, this is gonna be really terrible if I can't go to the bathroom for the rest of the day. So then I come out and I'm like, I think it was just the bathroom. I think that's what it was.
San Francisco.
I'm like, okay, maybe it was just the location of the bathroom. So I'm like, okay. I get back in the pool again. And it happens again. But this time I'm able to get the memories of, oh, I know when this happened. And I'm seeing, you know, Terry under the water playing alligator, and then I'm feeling his fingers where they should not be. And I'm like, oh, it was the pool. So I'm like, all right, I'm getting out of the pool because I really don't feel like being tormented anymore because this is ridiculous. We were here to have a good time. So that was illuminating. It was also good to get out of the house, and it was also very healing to be around other people. So soon after that, I'm like combing through my diaries looking for evidence of maybe there was something in here, and what turned me put me onto that path was one of my diaries had opened randomly because I've had this stuff laying around the house because like looking for evidence and stuff in the past, and I flipped open to an entry and I couldn't find it again, but it said, my life these days doesn't feel like my own. I feel like I'm living someone else's life. And I'm like,
oh yeah, you showed that to me.
I was disassociating and in my teens and didn't realize it. Like,
you're just like, weird. Huh?
I was like, weird, haha.
Won't think about that again.
Like, that's what I wrote, like, weird, haha. And I'm like, that's not what. And so that kind of was like a clue. I'm like, okay, there's more. There's got to be more that I've just, like, not paid attention to, things that I just
thought were normal.
Everyone
around you is the same way.
Was the same. So now I'm thinking through, things, and also I began experiencing strange symptoms that I don't want to acknowledge because that massively changes things and makes things a whole lot darker. But I'll come back to that. So one of the things that I reviewed was my covenant ceremony. And we've talked about this. But in talking to another sibling, I was like, I know how my older sister's covenant ceremonies went. They were private dinners, and there wasn't that much of a deal made out of it. Mine was not like that. Mine was not like that at all. In fact, people... There's a forum called Free Ginger.
Can I not click on this? This interface isn't on.
And they have actually been suspecting this themselves for years, since my family's blogging days. So I already talked about this previously, but we'll go through again. Like, people who've scrolled through this are like, oh my gosh, I thought this was a wedding. This looked like a wedding. You
even say, unlike Stephanie and Emily's covenant ceremonies, I wanted more. Oh, it was you. You wanted it.
I thought I wanted it. Okay, but I don't know how much of that was I got manipulated into that. I don't know at this point. I don't even know. So I've got a whole host of people there. And part of the reason they were like, oh, we're making a big deal about this, and I thought it was just me until, and I'll read some of these. I went back through my diaries and realized
such a
Terry was
weird-
pushing.
that's-
Terry was pushing for
That's
this.
gotta be such a weird ceremony for guests. Because you're basically...
But they thought it was sweet.
We're here to watch her say she's not going to have sex with anyone until she gets married.
But they thought it was sweet. They thought it was good. So we've got a table. We have refreshments like you would have. There's even this.
Like, you don't have that for any other sin in the Bible. Like, let's have a ceremony that you're never going to rob a bank. Yay!
You're never
I'm
gonna murder
signing this
people.
contract.
You're never gonna murder people. There was an arbor. Like, what the freaking heck, man? This is like, and I'm
Music?
not thinking about. There's music, speeches given. The pastor's
Your
there
dad
to
looks really
officiate.
he looks really happy. Is that a Bible?
Oh
Dun,
no!
dun.
Why? Right there.
There's that.
Mom explained the reason it was different. Why was it different?
It was different than the other two girls.
I didn't say.
Wait, you didn't write it down?
I didn't write it down.
Dad gave a little speech thanking everyone for coming and explaining what the purpose of the covenant ceremony was, my decision to place myself under my father's protection and to wait for God's leading in the direction of a future life partner. Mom explained the reason why my covenant was different than the other two girls.
I cannot
Just
tell
move
you.
on. Pastor then spoke
about
about
me.
me. His message was touching and a tearjerker.
For
Sure.
me, at least.
For me, at least. I don't know what he said.
No idea what he said.
So yeah, you even have a pastor there, like giving us like.
Like officiating.
And didn't he like notarize a contract? Like,
I
he signed-
talk about it. He signed it. The
So, yeah,
covenant
here's the thing.
signing followed suit.
So yeah, your dad had vows and you had vows.
Again, let's
Just like-
point out I'm 17 at this point, and Daddy read his vows to me.
Mhm.
I'm sorry. In this context, this is gross. This is
She said, "I will
nauseating.
protect you from unqualified men." Didn't really do that. I will teach you God's principles in life. Definitely didn't do that. I will pray for you and for God's choice in your life partner.
Yeah, I mean, he probably prayed.
Yeah.
These were my vows.
Mhm. I will keep myself. I guess you can read it.
I will keep myself pure from my husband. I will obtain your blessing on my courtship. I will wait for your full release before entering into marriage.
Full release before you can even get married, and you both signed it.
And pastor witnessed and dated the document. So we had to have a witness. This was an official document. I have a
Gee,
picture.
she's really watching closely, making sure you're signing it.
And then I
You
got a ring.
You got a wedding. I mean, a covenant ceremony ring. He's literally putting the ring on your finger.
Yeah.
Ew.
I can't anymore. I just feel sick.
Brother, ew. Why don't we have that clip?
Oh
I
my
want
gosh,
that
that would have been perfect. So
There's what it looks
here's
like.
the document. Now, to some extent, the father promising to do those things aren't that bad, right?
If
But
it was a good father.
If it was a good father, but Terry took this to a new level. Like, everyone knew that he was like, this means I own your heart. I must know everything about you. I must have all access to everything about you, your thoughts, your opinions. He was always, and I've talked about this previously, where he was like obsessed with having your heart. Give me your heart. And then he would hold out his hand and he would say, you couldn't walk away until you mimicked, you mimed. I'm giving, you put your heart in your hand. You're like, okay, you have my heart. And then he would be satisfied. But, and it's just, ugh. Okay, so much yuck, so much yuckiness. And like I said, there was a forum of people. I put the link. You should just, no. I
Text
put
it
it
to me?
in, yeah, I did.
Oh, no, you put it in here? The script?
Yeah, I did. It should be
Right
right there.
Oh, will I be able to access it though if I'm not logged in?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because you don't need to be logged in. It's
All right.
it's a public
Let me
forum.
switch. This interface makes it so hard to click. I don't know what's going on with the interface.
Oh no.
Alright, got that? Okay.
Difficulties.
Alright.
List
Screen and then okay.
I'm gonna show these. This is what creepy looks like. Covenant wedding. And see, when we first read through this, like, I was like, okay, this seems a little bit extreme, but they weren't always wrong.
So what is free ginger?
So Free Ginger has, they like to talk about all the fundamental bloggers, like people who are conservative, and my family was a hot topic for a while.
You talked about me too.
Yeah, they talked about you. They've talked about a lot of people.
They didn't like me.
But I learned a lot, and I actually, in reading through their stuff, so yeah, they made some good points. What makes a man qualified? Let's look at Terry for an example, shall we? He must cheat on you, treat your children like bleep, and shoot your dog. Sounds lovely, doesn't it? There was one.
So they knew just from reading Cheryl's blog that he treated you guys horribly.
Yeah, they could see. And
it's not just you saying it. These are strangers on the internet just reading what your mom says. The glitzed up, glamorized version. Mm-hmm. The sanitized version. Even the sanitized version couldn't hide all the bleep.
I just realized there's a bunch of bad words on the screen. Okay, so yeah, I just threw up in my mouth a little bit. How did they not get how incredibly squicky this is? And I was like, okay, really? Are we sure this? I think I'm speechless. Oh, there's just one. Vomit-inducing, yeah. I think this is a pretty normal reaction. Perhaps, trying to give us the benefit of the doubt. But, okay, yeah, this is pretty...
Your hymen was long gone at that point.
Yeah, this...
It says you're pledging your hymen to her daddy.
I forgot how pretty, this is pretty, I forgot how pretty crude this got. But my point in showing this was that they thought, they were suspecting that there was, pedophilia going on here.
Yeah, fundies are the most sex-obsessed people on the internet.
Hurting my bleep. Yeah, that's. I'm sorry. That's totally true. And I wonder if they ever question why they've modeled the purity vow ceremony after a wedding. The logical conclusion to comparing the father-daughter relationship to marriage or replacing other men with dear old dad. That is a question. Yeah. Very, very good point. Like,
is that enough for you?
I think that's enough. When. Oh wait. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, there's an umbrella.
This is what I was looking for.
Oh, there's a picture of it.
Full release.
Yeah, okay.
They mentioned the full release and they were like, that sounds really, really disturbing. What? And it was like I read this stuff a long time ago. You can probably take it down now.
I know, it's just really hard to, because it cuts it off.
Oh yeah.
That's why I had it over on this screen.
Oh okay, yeah, I'll keep it over there.
Click it.
Yeah, do that. So that was actually really helpful for me. reading all of those comments, because it was.
So Free Ginger, if you're watching, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. I've already posted a topic, thanking you and showing the concern that you guys did and doing what you thought you could. But it was so extremely validating, and somehow just more I was like, okay, so I'm not crazy. Other people have seen this. Other people have.
So that's the purity ring.
Yeah, that's the purity ring. I still have it in my jewelry box. There's a new comment.
Yep, these people, though crass, hit the nail on the head.
Yeah, and to be honest, I appreciated the crassness after being in such a
it's much better
quote unquote sheltered
whitewashing everything.
Yeah, the whitewashing.
We had that
compared
audio
with the whitewashing.
Pastor...
The crassness was so helpful.
Right, because they'll call rape and molestation just touching.
Just touching.
Oh, so and so was touched or did stuff to me. Oh, I had stuff done to me or crap done to me. And it's like, oh, whatever, and you just kind of move on. Like, none of them are taking it seriously. So when I made that video to Terry telling him to wake up and do something, protect your kids, I read one of your diary entries about the rape you experienced from a sibling and how graphic and horror. And I read all the graphic detail because I'm like, do you guys not think rape's that bad? And then that was one of the things he harped on over and over during the meeting, Pastor Johnson, because then Cheryl sent that video to Pastor Johnson. And he's like, it was so graphic. Yeah, I'm sorry, rape's graphic. Don't do it then. Protect that from happening to children.
Yeah. I yelled about this last night.
Yeah, go back and watch our episode last night.
I put it into pretty detail. So, I was looking for further proof. I was like, there had to have been some signs, like, it's just nagging at me. When did it stop? Okay, if he did it when I was 13, maybe I felt like I still felt like there was more. There was more to the story. There was more memories, and I as much as I was like, I just wanted to end. I wanted to stop. I remember telling you, when is it going to stop? When does it ever end?
I know, I really wanted it to be stop. And you kept telling me that there's more.
I'm like,
no!
I can tell there's more. I just know there's more, and it was just so I was gonna type these up, but then I thought, you know what, just to show proof that I didn't just write these
and save time,
yeah, because I didn't have a lot of time. I went through and found a couple of different journal entries from when the rape was going on that kind of gives evidence, points to signs that stuff was going on. And it shouldn't take too long, but I just wanted to show proof that I actually wrote these a long time ago. I have the dates. I've not. You watched me move in with these. So just so people don't think I'm like making stuff up. I mean, I am a writer after all, but still.
But you were only allowed to write things that are true. Couldn't do fantasy or sci-fi or anything make-believe.
So then all of this is definitely true. That's what we're saying. So the first one up is from, so right off the bat, I'm searching. I opened this one, and I'm like, oh my gosh, oh no, it's bad. No. So April 3rd, 2011, I write, Dear Diary, Josh came over and we had a blast, but Daddy, with his watchful eye, saw and detected some problems. He admitted that he has lost my heart. I will admit that he has. He doesn't want me to sit by him, meaning Josh, have long conversations on the phone anymore. He said something that really got me thinking. He said that he didn't know if there was infatuation on either side, and I immediately thought, no, Josh surely does not have an infatuation for me. But now it seems to add all up. He asks my advice for things, looks sad when I don't get to sit by him, and most of all, he seems to take more of an interest in me. I hope it's not true. But Dad wants me to write down how he has lost my heart. This is all because I wasn't paying enough attention to him, and that there was another guy that was getting my attention. So hyperfixation, ownership, obsession. I have come up with a few reasons. How? I also hope that when this has all been resolved and he has finally won my heart, I hope we will do the covenant. I know in my heart that it is going to take a little while for Daddy to get my heart back. I am very hard to get, I will admit. Well, I'm going to bed. Anyway, okay, I'm not going to read the rest. But signing off, like, love always. Here's what I wrote. This is just, I want to violently throw up. Your loving her father, friend, Haley. That's what I wrote. That's a little there. And then the next day I wrote, Dear Diary, so as soon as this whole skerfuffle is all done and over with, I'm going to make the covenant. I'm not very good with words, so I'm going to write Dad a letter. It may be a 10-page letter, but it will be a letter, all right. I'm really reluctant, but I want to tell him my heart. Anyways, I know until I write that letter, it will be weighing on my chest. I can already feel it. So I talked about how I'm feeling down. Then the next one is, I still have not written my letter to Daddy. I'm hoping I can get it done before he leaves tomorrow. Next day, I already feel as if I've fully given my heart to Daddy. Like, I'm like jumping hoops here trying to make this happen. I'm going to find a key and heart charm, write my letter to Daddy, and give it to him Friday morning. So I did. My letter, next day, my letter with the key and heart is sitting in Dad's car. I still remember writing this. I'm really nervous about this whole thing. I will know by tomorrow evening what his response will be. Because I'm trying to pour out my heart. I'm trying to do the thing that he wants me to do.
Not because you want to, but because you feel like you have to and you're supposed to.
No, because he has said, I don't have your heart. Mm-hmm. And this was before I signed the covenant ceremony. So it just got worse after that. Because then he was like, I have a document that you signed. You made vows. You had vows. You have to give me your heart. Like, that's literally what was said. So the next one, I think, let's see. There was 2, 3. Which was,
I mean, a lot of that should be like, go without saying. Like, do I need to sign a contract to say that I'm gonna protect my family? Like, or that I'm gonna, like, do my best to love my kids? Like, that should just be automatically implied by the role of father.
Okay, so in this entry, I was talking to a sibling.
You like books?
I was talking to a sibling. We were having a conversation about our husbands and everything, and I wrote, I want to make my husband feel like a king when I am with him.
Your future husband.
My future husband.
You're not married yet.
We're not married yet. No, this was 2011. I want to honor him and cherish him, but that is only going to come to pass, number 1, in God's timing, and number 2, they will become habits if I perform them on Daddy.
Ew.
And when I read that recently, I yelled out, no! Because that was what we were taught. You practiced on your father. The relationship that you had with your father was the relationship that you were going to have with your husband.
And that's a complete myth, because you had just about as bad a relationship as a father as you could have, and we've had an amazing marriage, and I haven't had like any problems. So that's a complete myth.
Okay, so in the middle of this, I came across this entry talking about a song. And I wrote, this was May 18th of 2011. I wrote, right now I'm trying to load Everything is Beautiful music video. I want to write down the words. Okay, next the idea, watching the video, it would take too long to load for me. So I know Steph had downloaded it in the Android, so I searched for it and found it. I have the words written down in the back of this book. I will probably learn how to sing it outside because nobody likes it. They all think it's depressing. So I'm like, I read this, and this was just like a month ago, and I'm like, what song was I talking about? Like, I can't recall the song. I'm reading through here, and I am not, I'm like, oh my gosh, I forgot this. I forgot this. I forgot that the reason I started my little baking business was to make money to pay off the family debt. Like,
Not for yourself.
not for myself, no, to pay off the family debt. Like, that's why I had started my baking business, was me and Emily both started this baking business to sell baked goods at our dad's work. So he was the one that sold it for us. So it was to pay off the family debts. And then I'm telling that to another sibling, and they're like, oh yeah, I remember us having a conversation where we all sat down at the table and discussed how all of us could contribute to help pay off the family debt. What is this, a Charles Dickens novel? Like, are we going to debtor's prison now? Like, like what? I sure read a lot of those books. So I eventually, I'm like, what is this song? Like, why can't I find it? So I'm like, okay, well, Everything is Beautiful. I'm like, there's another song that I know of that's titled Life is Beautiful. And I remember that song very well, but I'm like, I sing this song, and it's like there is a block there. I can't get to that song. I'm like, there's something here. My antenna goes up, I'm like, there's something here. And I'm like, oh no. I'm 15 in 2011. So it was still going on. But part of me doesn't want to accept that. So I keep reading, I'm like, maybe there's more evidence. So then I write in May 8th of 2011 that we'd been at an homeschool conference. We were running a booth for doorposts. And I said, last Friday at the conference, I was handing out catalogs. Well, Dad proceeds to give me a hug. And in quotations, I write what he said. You are so pretty. I am very proud of that. Don't let that go to your head, though. You need to guard your heart and thoughts with all these young men around. Okay? End quote. Of course I say, okay. I didn't have that many problems. I'm like,
I mean, I tell our daughters they're pretty, but I don't say that's not something I'm proud of, or something I tell them they should be
I'm
proud
like, he's
of.
proud of. And then I'm like, I
Should be
read that, and
proud of,
then
like, achievements.
a bunch of memories come back of him telling me, even out in public when it was just me and him, you were so beautiful. You were the prettiest one. I was often told that by him, and he said, "Don't
And
tell your
everyone
other
else
sisters."
knew that because we have. Again,
I detailed that. I
we-
came across entries where everyone
Well,
was
not just
mad at
that.
me.
We played the clip last night of one of your sisters saying Haley was the perfect pretty one.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. And I'm trying to figure this out. Like, I'm like, okay, everyone's saying I'm the pretty one. I don't see it. I don't get it. So this is like
I mean, I saw it, but
this
I'm
is
biased.
well, I've been so abused. I'm like, I'm this awful person. I don't know who I am anymore. So I keep, I go on. And again, there's more weird stuff. After, Terry finds out that I got catcalled, because I was walking to the gas station with a friend. We were in a public place. We were at a park. We were just going to go to the gas station. And I was just like, whatever. So he finds out about it, and where was it? Dad talked to me. This was June 25th, 2011. Dad talked to me last night and said, we need to find a ring ASAP.
Because you got
Because we were going to do the covenant. I was absolutely thrilled. Ew.
So what was the appeal of the covenant ceremony to you?
To me, if I remember correctly, I remember feeling like it meant it was like an achievement. It was like new level unlocked, or I was somehow confirmed as
Like more mature or grown up, or
it was a status symbol.
okay.
It was a status symbol. Because the two older girls had their covenant rings, and I felt like
You got like
they
a lot
had gotten theirs earlier.
Okay. Did you get like a big a lot of spiritual points? Like, look at me.
Yeah,
I'm
you
doing
kind of
this.
made a big deal out of, and I got a ring. I was like,
Mhm.
I want to feel a ring, and I think to some extent, I wanted my dad to find me worth having a relationship with, because I did talk about how I don't have a father. I don't have, I don't feel like I have an earthly father. I'll just have God as my father, because I don't have a father, because I really didn't feel like he was there, even though he was.
Because what were his work hours like?
Oh, he would leave at 4:30 in the morning and sometimes not come home until 6:30, 7 o'clock. He would even, I couldn't find it this time when I was going back through, but I did find an entry where I talked about him telling me that he was working overtime to get the money to buy the ring. That's how insistent he was. Now, I didn't get the covenant until 2012, so until the next year.
Wow.
But there was this constant talk of, it was ASAP, ASAP, we need to do this. Why? And I was the only one he did that with. None of my other siblings had this same
They're afraid
thing.
you're gonna run off with some stranger that catcalls you at a gas station?
I don't know. I don't honestly, I don't know. To me, kind of finding this evidence felt like confirmation of the ownership. He owned me.
And there was the creepiness all along, just it was normal to you, so it didn't stand out.
Yeah, and I also had the data point where he obsessed over our daughter, Ember. And she looks a lot like me when I was that age. And he would frequently, I would share pictures of our other daughter. And he would go,
Our other daughter is
Ember,
very beautiful.
she's
as
so
well.
beautiful. Both of our daughters are gorgeous. And he would say, oh, Ember's so gorgeous. And he would just constantly fixate on Ember, which led to a very uncomfortable conversation. So in the middle of...
I mean, that's his profile.
It's his profile
that's
picture.
the profile picture he died with.
And I will note, the age that Ember is in that profile photo was the age that I was the first time he did it to me.
Whoa.
Just gonna point
So
because she was like 17, 18 months old in that picture, and that was the age I was the first time it happened. Which now I want to throw up again. Just for further proof.
that's the picture.
Yep.
So that's how old you were the first time he did something to you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Not something you would really want to think about. So at the end of my diary, I get to, I find where I wrote the lyrics of this song. I'm reading these lyrics and I can't recall a darn thing from this song. Nothing. Not one thing. And that's very weird because like I have a pretty good memory when it comes to songs because I remember a lot of stuff. With music, this one, complete blank. And I'm reading through the lyrics and I'm like, this is pretty dark. This is, I would not be here tonight if I had to choose. It's always the bigger things in life that seem to choose you. You can say what you want, believe what you want, believe what you will believe, but I'll take what I want and see what I need to see. And then the one line that really got me was, when I'm buried in the questions, I can find the answers. I close my eyes and listen till I remember everything was beautiful. So I'm like, what the heck is this? I'm like, in between disturbing things is this song. What is this song? Okay, so I'm like, okay, I'll look that up later. I'll find it and everything. So I keep reading, and I also noted that in here are a lot of times where I'm sick. I'm frequently ill. And I kept a chart of how many days out of each month I was sick. And it was a lot. It was a lot. I had very strange symptoms that no one could explain. And I had mono at one point. So riddle me that one. I didn't kiss anybody. I didn't kiss a boy.
I know people.
You were the first one.
I think people can still get mono even without kissing, but
I think we traced it too. We shared glasses. And Terry would often just grab a glass. He didn't care whose it was, and he would drink out of it.
Yeah, we didn't do that in my family.
Yeah. So then I came across, then I remembered that I went over to one of my friend's house, and I had completely forgotten how frequently I went over there. Blocked it out until I started reading. I was like, oh yeah, the memories came back. I have pictures, a lot of pictures to prove that I went over there multiple times because I have different makeup looks. I should have grabbed that. That would have been funny. So is it good or bad?
It's good.
Okay.
So once you get distracted.
Okay. So then I'm like, wait a second here. Terry drove me home.
From your friend's house?
From my friend's house. And it was dark at night. And I'm like, I was in the car alone with Terry. I can't remember a thing. Now,
you remember leaving and
I remember leaving, and I have proof.
middle.
I'm not gonna read the whole thing because it's just ridiculous. But and it's a lot of pages. But I also want to note the change in my handwriting, which maybe that's nothing. I thought it was notable, but I detail everything, page after page, of what we did at my friend's house. Dialogue, specific dialogue, everything. And then I said goodbye to my lovely best friend and went home. But last night I dreamed. Okay, that's odd. All right, because anybody in my family knows, being alone in the car with Terry, you were gonna get lectured. Something was bound to happen. It was always uncomfortable.
Give me your heart. Tell me about
what's going on inside your mind. Or you were terrified for your life because his driving was so bad.
Yeah.
And he would fall asleep.
I rode with him to his job after staying with your family for 10 days. Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh my gosh. Are you playing off my excitement? Is that what it is?
And yeah, every time I was in the car with him, he would not shut up. He would not stop talking. I'm like, geez, I want some time to just contemplate what I just experienced, what I just went through, and everything. But he's just talking. So it's like, that's weird that you wouldn't have remembered like anything.
I found it very, he's reacting to me.
Love you, Mom. Love you, Mom. Yeah.
Who's your mama? Who's your mama? Who's your mama? Oh my God. Right. You providing some lateness?
You had too much to drink tonight, Archer?
I did drink an espresso.
Oh, you drank an espresso. Whoops.
Coffee. Oops. I'm sorry. You are all lips. Oh my gosh. Okay. Got quiet. But I wrote all of that the next day. What I wrote and how I wrote, and this is something I've noticed in my own penmanship, is my emotions affect how I write. Like, specifically my penmanship. If I'm feeling open, free, and relaxed, I'm very flowy, I have a nice script, everything. If I'm upset, my handwriting gets short, clipped.
And it's more print versus...
More print versus cursive, like that. Exactly like that. And that was how I wrote that night that Terry drove me home. So, that's bugging me.
After you got home.
After I got home from my friend's house, and I'm like, I cannot remember a single thing from the stinking trip. And I find out there were other times. There was one time he drove me home.
And they're long drives because you're out in the middle of
an
country.
an hour long drive. It's an hour long drive, okay? So that's a lot of time for nothing to take place. Okay, so I did have another instance where I was at my friend's house, and I said on the drive home, okay, so here is proof that I wrote down when I could remember something happening. He's so wired. You are very wired. You are very wired. So I wrote, on the drive home, Dad told me I'm so pretty. This is just a few weeks later. Dad told me I don't need to wear makeup. I'm so pretty that I don't need to wear makeup.
I agree.
Shock number 1. And he thinks I'm the prettiest out of all us girls. Shock number 2. He told me, like, no, that's literally
You're
what
writing
I wrote.
shock.
I wrote shock number 1, shock
Shocking.
number 2. That's literally what I wrote. He told me not to tell anyone. He's told me before that I was his favorite. Little weird. The last couple of things that I had in here, I just wanted to note this. This was when I was 16. I'm talking about how I'm in such a weird mood. I frequently talk about this. In here, I'm depressed. Okay, let's see. What was the date on this? This is different journal. April 25th, 2012. Oh, I'm in such a weird mood. All I want to do is cry, and cry.
Just for no reason.
I think it's because I'm thoroughly high on caffeine. That's what I think.
I mean...
And I'm having a panic attack. I just detailed PTSD symptoms that you have after stuff is going on. And I'm reading through this, and I'm going, oh my gosh, I was having those PTSD episodes, which were pretty intense. At one point, and I couldn't find it fast enough to include in here, but I remember being at one of those homeschool conventions and having major panic attacks. And the assumption was that there was unconfessed sin. Boy, was there unconfessed sin! It just wasn't mine. And that essential oils will help you calm down. So to read the rest of what I had written here, I always feel weepy when I have a panic attack. I'm just going to shut my light out and try to sleep. That's probably not going to happen, but I'll try anyway. I'll try to think of happy things.
Yeah, this isn't normal kids.
That's not normal.
I never heard of panic attacks until I met your family.
No, you had not. April 29th, 2012, 4 days later. Today has been a terrible day for me. I had an extremely horrible panic attack at church today. I nearly passed out. It was bad. That's pretty concerning, in my opinion. And then,
a lot of them's happened at church.
A lot of them happened at church. That was the other thing, the other realization I began to have. I have detailed my seizure episodes that I had, and I realized that most of them took place in a church. Most of them took place in a church.
Sounds like you just have some church hurt and you need to go to church anyway.
Last entry I'll read. This was dated September 5th, 2012. I'm having one of my days of feeling self-worthless. I am a stuck-up, prideful, selfish, haughty, whiny, ugly, worthless, useless, horrid, wretched, miserable, cold-hearted brat.
I mean, church also kind of taught you that, to think that way about yourself.
Mm-hmm. Those are all lies from Satan, I know. So why do I give in to them? If I know they are lies, simple, I just do. It's just my fault.
The church, not just Satan, the church. And the church like, you're such a worm, you're just a worm.
Mm-hmm. I think I've just hit a down day. I want to go to sleep, forget I have a family, forget I even have friends, forget everything that I'm supposed to do, and die. It would be better for all of us, wouldn't it? Maybe not. One thing is for sure, I'm not going to kill myself. I'm just tired, out of it, and in a bad mood.
I guess, I don't know, do people say, like, I guess that's a teenager thing to think about suicide? I never did.
I looked it up. Because I was like, I always just assumed that my intense depression that I had when I was 13, it was so bad, I remember sitting in the unfinished attic thinking, you know, it would be really easy if I just walked out that window and just died.
I was never depressed as a teenager.
I looked it up. I looked it up because I'm like, okay, this is another thing I thought was normal, but maybe it's not. Depression and wanting to kill yourself during puberty is a sign of distress, and all the articles said, go get your teen help.
It's not
Something
normal.
is severely wrong. Puberty those are not regular puberty symptoms.
I said that, like, other than all the physical changes, I didn't really feel like depressed or crazy or anything that much when I was going through puberty. I don't remember like being moody and stuff. Maybe I was, but it wasn't like bad enough that I anything stands out or remembers to me, or remember.
Exactly. So I'm really trying, like, stop. I'm like, okay, so that wasn't normal. So then I'm like, okay, what's going on here? Like, I need to go back up because I have more stuff. So again, it's that nagging feeling of, when did the rape stop? And what was the nature? How far? Because, like, I've got my period at this point. What is there that? So after reading all of these entries, I'm trying to have a normal day. I was already kind of depressed, but I was like, okay, we'll just try to have a normal day. I'm, just making breakfast for the kids. But that song is bugging me. This song is just bugging me. I'm like, why couldn't I remember this song? What was it about this song that's clearly, it spoke to me. It was dark. And that's the other thing. I loved one of the first songs that I composed as a 6-year-old. Okay, this is a song that I composed myself on the piano, was a very dark song. It was very dark. It was in a minor key. And everyone was like, oh, that's so, she's so good at composing. I'm like, no one paid attention to the nature of things that I liked. And a lot of it was I kept it hidden because you couldn't reveal personal information.
No, you gotta have the perfect family image. You gotta maintain that.
But one of my all-time favorite piano pieces to play was called The Funeral March. It's a very dark song. It's about a man, and it has very dark emotion. It gets really loud.
It's a really famous song. Like, everyone's heard it before.
Yeah, I think it's by Chopin. But it was part of. No, it's the dun dun.
Yeah, I just sped it up.
Oh, okay.
Like Wreck-It Ralph. Do. That's the same song, just sped up.
Give it the honor it's due. No, just kidding.
We're already 2.5 hours
I
in.
know. I told you it's gonna be long. This is the last one.
Mhm.
It's gonna be long. We're almost through all the darkness. Almost. There is hope at the end of this. There's a good
There's
ending.
a happy ending.
There's a happy ending.
There's a happy ending.
There's
Believe it
a
or not.
happy ending. There is a happy ending. We got to get to the blackest moment. We haven't gotten to the blackest moment.
We're almost there.
So, yeah, the funeral march was my favorite thing to play, and when I played the piano, I would feel all the darkness inside of me, and it was very personal. It's a very personal song. So anyway, I'm making breakfast for the kids, and I'm like, I should just try to, have a normal day for once. But I'm like, that song. I should just find the song. So I'm looking on Spotify. Everything is beautiful. Apparently everything is beautiful. There's a couple songs that have that title. So I'm listening, and I'm like, no. I click through a couple of songs. I'm like, no. And then I find it. The nanosecond the first note just hits my ears of this song, which has piano at the beginning. My body goes cold. My body freezes. And I go into one of the most intense PTSD episodes that I have experienced yet. In that I feel so completely frozen in the kitchen. I'm stuck standing in the kitchen, and it felt like every cell in my body was frozen. And we've talked about how one of the trauma responses is the freeze response.
It's not just fight or flight.
It's not just fight or flight. There's freeze and fawn. So as I'm listening, it's like the song was a key that I was able to put into the lock, twist it, and out came a flood of the memories of Terry raping me in the backseat of his van. I remembered that. I'm like, I know the van. I know the feel of the seat on my back. I can feel everything. I have a hard time seeing it because it was at night. It was dark outside, and I'm like, okay, things are clicking for me. I'm like, this makes sense why when I'm getting out of the van, even up until this point in time, whenever I get out of the van and I'm in the driveway, I'm like, where's the predator? Honestly, I'm waiting for someone to jump out and assault me, attack me. I'm always waiting, and I've always felt that. I've always been uncomfortable about going, like, since moving away. I'm like, had this intense fear. I'm like, where does this stem from? I don't know. Things are, like I talked about the puzzle pieces, they're clicking, they're all horrifically clicking into place, and the nightmare is unfolding, and then I'm remembering every lyric. I'm remembering myself singing this song and remembering the anguish, and I'm like remembering me crying out to God, do you hear me? Can you hear me? Because that's one of the lines is, can you hear me now? And like, it's kind of turned into like this prayer in the middle of this PTSD episode, and it was as if God was saying, I heard you, I saw you, I was there. This happened to you. And when that kind of hit, I was like, okay, I gotta calm down because I gotta finish getting breakfast for the kids. I turned to go get the boiled eggs out of the Instant Pot and freak out because I realized I just lost 18 minutes. And the only reason I know it was 18 minutes is because when I had first walked by, it said on high, 30 seconds left. When I looked at it again, it said warm, 18 minutes and 15 seconds or something like that. I just remember the 18 mostly. And I was like, I'm losing time. Like, what the heck is happening? I'm like, okay, I've got to get on top of this. So I switch the songs over to, I prepared a when I'm panicking, I called it my survival skills playlist. I've learned that, in this time I'd learned that all the songs that I rebelliously listened to growing up were actually ones that calm me. I couldn't listen to Christian music. I couldn't listen to hymns. I couldn't read scripture. I was having a hard time praying because all of those things triggered me. The thought of walking into a church or attending a church service sent me spiraling. And that was because
Because your mom forced you to read your Bible, religious abuse.
She forced me to read my Bible. That's why. I was focused on my relationship with Jesus at that time. That Terry's raping me. And so those were triggers, and I hadn't realized it until then. I'm like, okay, this makes sense. Thinking about wanting to attend an online church sent me into thinking, I want to burn a church down. And I'm like, I'm not actually going to go do that. And I know that doesn't sound godly, it doesn't sound right, but I was like, I'm going to listen to this and pay attention to this anger and feel what I feel. I had also other violent fantasies of doing things to Jerry.
Me too.
We're not going to go into those.
I wish he was still alive somewhat.
I was like, could we dig him? Okay, I will. I guess I will. I'm like, can we dig him back up, and can I just like shake him until it just like everything falls apart, you know? Just really dark stuff, because it's like...
Other siblings have talked about doing similar things.
Yeah. So I'm trying to calm myself down. I'm like, okay, maybe the songs are gonna work. I start to feel just a slight less panicked, and I'm like, nope, it's not working. I already detailed how you can feel helpless, panic. I'm looking around. I'm like, nothing feels safe. There's nowhere to go. I'm like, the dark is unsafe. These are like intrusive thoughts going through my brain right now. And I'm like, okay, everything's pointing to you were raped in the backseat of your dad's van. So then I'm trying to get food out of a hot oven, and I feel, whenever I've recovered like really seriously intense memories, I'll often feel like I'm going to fall down and I dissociate so intensely that it's just like I can't control myself, and I'm like, I need to...
So dissociating means you're basically like having an out-of-body experience, like, you know, feel real.
Yes, you don't feel real, and you're not sure which reality is present. So I quickly get the stuff out of the oven, close the oven door. Thankfully no one got hurt, and I sprint for the bedroom because I'm like, I need to hide, and the only place that feels safe is under the blankets in my bed. And so I do that. I run in, and you're like, what's going on? Like, are you okay? And I can't even speak. I'm just like hyperventilating at this point, just like I'm like having a really hard time breathing, and you're like, okay. So I'm just like sitting there, I'm trying to listen to the music that's supposed to be calming me down, and I'm just processing through, and I'm like, this happened, this was real, you know it's real, you have to accept this to get through this, the only way out is through, just, you know, trying to coach myself all the way through everything. And finally I'm able to calm myself down when I realize I'm in a safe place, and I realize the only place that I didn't get abused was in my bed, and that's why I'm able to be calmed down in my bed. So I'm still rattled, I'm still exhausted after this, and I'm like, okay, there's something to this, obviously. I can't deny this anymore. So then he becomes a trigger, like being around him. Just his mere presence is enough to send me panicking. Like, I'm like, oh my gosh, I was fine, and now I'm panicking, and I felt really terrible.
I was the one who guessed it.
Yeah, you were the one that guessed.
Like,
and I was
why
like,
am I being triggered? Was it me?
And I was like, oh yeah. And so I was feeling that old, you know, like no one can touch me kind of feeling. I was like, oh, this is annoying. So I called up a sibling, and I was like, hey, could you help me process this? We ended up just confirming like memories and timelines and all of these things, and just kind of solidifying stuff. And I was like, okay, at this point, the only time I can think of where things felt calm was after I turned 18. And that's where things are pretty sequential. I have no blocks. And also, I was able, this is awkward to say, but whatever. I've already talked about this in a previous video, that all throughout my teen years, I was compulsively masturbating. And that is a sign that you were being sexually abused. And I couldn't quit. I called it my little nasty habit in my diary. And I was like, I need to quit this. And I couldn't until I turned 18. And then it just magically went away. Okay? Just like, yeah. And I'm like, when the number 18 came into my head, it was like a bell stopped clanging, like you finally figured it out. And then, you know, new fresh horror. Oh my gosh. What? I was raped up until I was 18.
From what, like 17 months
17
old?
months up until, not, honestly, I don't even know how consistent it was. I only have a couple, like, solid memories, like, here I was at this age, here I was at this age, here I was at this age. But from between my teen years,
But you had a lot of trips from your friend's house back home in your dad's car.
that I don't remember. That
And then
I do not
You don't remember any of the times he spanked you in the bathroom except for like one time.
Yeah. And then I remembered, oh, he just used his fingers. Because I remember, again, the
So
images, the feelings.
So after you hit puberty, he started using his fingers. You think, but you're not sure.
I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure when that stopped. I think the use of the fingers came into play after he stopped spanking me. Which there was an overlap between when puberty, you know, when my periods hit and when the spankings ended.
So there wasn't an overlap.
There was an overlap. So, and that didn't make me feel good. That didn't make me, because that kind of played into some very weird symptoms I was having. Can you go back to the script? I can't remember if there's anything else I was going to cover. So yeah, through this, you know, a couple days follow, there's another, I'm just like, there was this one day where I just could not stop crying. And then I ended up just like weeping for 30 minutes straight. And it honestly felt like every cell in my body was screaming. Because I'd finally been able to get the acceptance level from physiological, like, okay, I remember this, to the emotional. And so my emotions were finally catching up. And there'd been some moments where I wanted to cry and I just couldn't. I was like, I don't know if you've ever like tried to mimic like crying, but when you like have your whole body shake, but like you feel like your whole body is crying, but the tears just aren't there. And it's like, it's a very frustrating feeling. So when I was finally able to cry, that it felt good, it felt like a release, but it was also really, really horrifying. So I'm not sure how we're gonna do this. Are we gonna do this now? Because it's.
Do you still want to?
I think I do.
Okay.
I still want to. I plan
You
to.
wanna perform this song?
Yeah. Kind of wanted to wait until you were done eating, but you're close.
So
Should we-
let's see. I have to
or
figure out the inputs and outputs
question.
and all that stuff again.
Question.
Yeah.
Question.
Mhm.
Should I detail the rest of what I realized and then do the song, and then we move
Maybe.
to the second half? Because that's kind of like a natural
Okay.
break
Yeah.
for.
I just hope it works because I had to change the inputs and outputs again. I
Oh.
don't know if people will hear it. We'll see. Or it's working earlier. We'll see.
We
We'll
could
try.
test it. We could
We'll
test
test
it.
it. We'll see.
Because I mean, if you need to test it. to
But
some
I want to
extent.
get through your story first.
Yeah. Well, this is hard. This is really hard. Because
You weren't even sure if you were going to share this.
I wasn't sure if I was going to talk about this. I have debated. I've told a few people. A few people know. Because this one was harder to accept because I didn't remember having like physical proof back then. And I don't know that there's any way to prove it physically now. The only thing I do have is, after much prayer, even tonight before going ahead with this video, I was outside questioning, asking, God, like, is this something I should, like, I only want to tell what's true. I only want to count what's true. I don't want to say something that's false. This is not something I want to say just to have some even more twisted story. I mean, honestly, like,
We have enough already.
I
You don't need any more.
I've got enough. I don't need any more. And something someone said. Mackenzie actually said this to me. I can say that what she said. It's fine. She said it wouldn't make sense for you to recover memories now after you already started the series. You're almost finished and you'd already covered everything. That's kind of an inconvenience.
I know, it kind of messed up our series. We could have shared this earlier on in the in the part we have a whole episode talking about the sexual abuse. We would have included it in there.
I would have included it in there. And
if
I'm
we
like,
were just making it up.
If I was just making it up for just a great story, which is what I've been accused of, is just having a
so we can make money off of this.
So I can make,
even though we haven't made any money, but you guys can change that if you want to like donate for some reason. Then we can say we actually made money from this.
That's funny. So I was praying about this one, and I felt very strongly like I have a Bible app on my phone, and I get like the verse of the day. So I felt like I needed to go read it.
Yeah, this was yeah.
This was just tonight.
Yeah, well, yeah. People can't go check it now, but they could have checked it if we'd done this, got it through before midnight. But yeah, that was the verse of the day.
This was the verse of the day. Actually, I should have a notification on my phone.
Yeah, I saw it come in.
Okay, 11:27. So I can this. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I gotta get rid of this notification. This notification. If we're gonna share your screen.
Show it. So proof that this came in tonight. I didn't look this up or anything.
All right. It is the verse of the day on the.
So it's Psalms 105:1 in Passion Translation. It says, "Go ahead and give God thanks for all the glorious things He has done. Go ahead and worship Him. Tell everyone about His wonders." Because while what I'm about to talk about is very dark, very depressing, very sickening, very sad, very twisted, there's also some measure of comfort, and the way I've been able to process and deal with this has only been through God's help. Only. So.
Yeah, you'd probably be like suicidal and stuff. If it wasn't.
Well, I was suicidal. I have been suicidal. I was pretty honest.
Well, in the past, yeah.
I have been.
Well, this past week, you've been suicidal?
Not this past week. I think 2 weeks ago.
Oh.
I told you
I
recently.
must have forgotten.
Yeah. It's been a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a lot. So.
Were you actually suicidal or just having suicidal thoughts?
Sometimes it's hard to tell. Well, I was going through asking myself what flowers you might pick for my funeral. So anyway, that's how dark it can get. You know, it comes with the territory. So the last 2 months, my body had been doing something very, very weird. I had been feeling pregnancy symptoms. And at first I thought, oh, maybe I am. But I was like, I know there's no possibility here. Yeah. And like my body was like I know when I'm pregnant, and I have so many different signs. I was
You've had 5 kids.
I've had 5 kids and 4 other pregnancies that I knew about. So I had the food aversions, the nausea, my body temperature was so high. My hands and feet would get hot. There was just so freaking many of them, and I was like, okay, this is really weird. And come on, it's okay. Shh. Okay, you just want rocks. Okay, all right, that's okay. You can use it maybe for this story. Can't even believe I've already started talking about this.
It took you 2.5 hours, or almost 3 hours actually.
I know. I had to detail what got me here.
No, but you said already talking about this.
I meant so soon recovering.
Oh, after remembering it, yeah.
Remembering it, talking, but talking about it has been extremely helpful this time around. In the beginning, in 2021, I wasn't able to talk. I didn't have people other than Reagan. We were pretty isolated, and this time around, God has provided so so many people to be able to talk to and confirm, and I've gotten in touch with other women, other girls who had a very similar
Grew up in similar
environments and also had a similar story. And they came in about the same time that I suspected all of this, which to me feels a little too coincidental.
Too big to be a coincidence, yeah.
So sure enough, I got my period. I'm like, I'm not pregnant, but I was still having pregnancy symptoms. And they persisted for 2 months straight. They have persisted for 2 months straight.
So again, those somatic memories, they persist until you accept the truth.
Yeah. So there was one night, all I was doing was I was kind of just singing whatever I felt like God was bringing to my mind. And at first I was singing You're a Good Father. And I started crying at that. And I'm like, okay, well, yeah, that makes sense why I'm crying about that. And then I started singing Help Me to Receive Your Love. And I started to feel sick. I started to feel pain in my abdomen, cramps.
That's a sign of...
And again, I went back to the fact that the first time I had a miscarriage, it felt familiar. And I couldn't tell you why then. And why when I've always had the cramps that I feel like when they've gotten super intense, I felt like killing people. Because they reminded me of something so atrocious and horribly dark. So this one night, Reagan was like, is there something that you need to remember?
Because you were praying for me for it to stop or go away or something?
Yeah.
And it wasn't going away? And so
it wasn't going away, it was persisting.
usually, for me, when that happens, I'm like, okay, you need to remember something.
You need to remember something. And I was like...
Because we have in the past just prayed and stuff stopped.
Yeah, stuff stopped, but this wasn't going away. So then I'm walking into the bedroom, and something that I had been considering, something I was like, no, just no. The denial. It kind of just hits me in the face. I think I did get pregnant. And I think I miscarried. And the minute that I say that out loud, I just start crying. And I'm like, I'm making this up. I gotta be making this up. I'm twisting. I'm crazy. I'm insane. Please let me be crazy and insane. And so I close my eyes. I'm like, okay, God, please just, I'm praying because that's how I've been dealing with this, is asking God for help and for direction through all of this, because this is so intensely dark, and I trust God to guide me through this, to show me the answers. And I'll back up and say that I've mentioned that I had 4 miscarriages, and I knew the first one, I just knew that the first one was a boy, and we named him Noah. The other 3, we hadn't named them.
They weren't developed.
They weren't developed
really
enough. I would always miscarry them around 6 weeks. So there wasn't much to see when, the miscarriages happened. And, so a couple years back, I had prayed, and I just thought to ask God, could you show me the rest of the children? Could you show me? Could you just show me? And I don't know what else to call it other than like a vision. It was just like pictures in my mind of the 4 kids, 2 boys and 2 girls, dancing and praising Jesus. And that meant a lot then. And I'd had this image of the girls in dresses. They had ribbons, and the boys, Noah was a little bit older because he was the firstborn, and then the rest of the 3 were kind of close together. So they were all about the same age. So as I'm processing, entertaining the possibility of having been, gotten pregnant through rape when I was 13, 14.
By your father.
By my father. That image of the children that I had I had thought about several years before, 3 years before. That was in 2022.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I thought it was recent.
No, that was in 2022. I remember exactly where I was sitting. I think I wrote about it.
Oh, I do remember that. The names was recent.
The names were recent. Yeah, we never named them, but I knew they were 2 boys and 2 girls.
Yeah, I do remember that. I do remember that vision.
They were 2 boys and 2 girls. And I know I sound completely insane, but my body knows. So that image comes back of the 4 children. And then there's like a gap. So like the 4 children are here, so you've got the 4 children here lined up. And then about right here, there's about off to this distance, right here. There's another one. There's another boy, but he's older. He's much older. Looks like a teenager. And he's blonde. And I don't know why these details matter, but this is what came to mind. This was the image. This was the picture. He was like wearing cargo shorts. He had his hands in his pockets. And he was seemed embarrassed, seemed a little shy. Whereas the other 4 seemed happy, vibrant, and joyful. And the one thing that caught me off guard was how he looked. Because he looked like my youngest brother. He looked a little bit like him. And he looks a lot like Terry. And so I'm just filled with horror at this point because I'm like, no. And so I tell you, I've got to be crazy, right? And so you're like, well, let's pray about this. What is there more that God wants to show you?
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, does he have a name?
What's his name, I think?
Yeah, you asked what's his name. And immediately a name pops into my head, Joseph. I'm like, okay. And so I'm just weeping, sobbing in your arms at this point. And you're like, what else?
Does he have anything to say?
Does he have anything to say to you? And in the picture, he says, "I can't wait to meet you, Mom." And I'm just broken at this point.
Maybe you don't believe any of this. That's totally okay.
Maybe you don't believe,
maybe,
and that's
maybe
fine.
it is just our imagination, just your imagination.
Maybe it is, but
you've experienced visions like this from God before that have come true, and so
yes,
it's a little bit different than just.
Yes, I forgot to detail that in the one episode where.
Right, you had a vision where before we were married of 2 kids. You were.
Oh yeah, that.
Yeah, anyway, there's lots of them. But
I've had a couple of them that.
We are going to do more videos on our channel. This is the last of this series, but we'll do other
we'll
crazy.
We'll do others. I've known, I've had things like this that have actually. I've seen things that have come true.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing was just how my entire body was responding. The emotional side of things, the physical side of things, and I'm grieving. I'm grieving a child I didn't even know I had. I'm grieving a horror that I thought I didn't know I'd lived, but then again, I looked at, could there be evidence that this happened? And I was like, the only age I could think of was 13, 14 years old. And I just said, that the spanking didn't stop until after
you started having periods.
I started having my periods.
And that's when he would rape you, was why he was also spanking you.
Yes, beating me.
Beating you.
So, the other thing, and I've detailed this in a previous video, was that I had an experience where Terry had pulled me onto the bed and laid against me. It's not basically spooned me. And that was when I remembered going to bed every night, afraid that my father was going to come up into my room and rape me and get me pregnant. Yeah. And that was a fear that I had.
And we shared
every single night.
In a video earlier in this series when we thought that was it. Before you remembered any of this.
Yeah. Before I thought that was it. Yeah. So I'd already talked about that. The other data point that I had was I had a plan in place because I thought I was just going to get raped at some point.
Yeah, you told me that before we were married. Before we were even in a relationship, like when we were just talking on the Oyen forum or through email or something. You were like, I already know what if I get raped, I already know I'm going to keep the kid. Why are you thinking about getting raped?
I remember sitting at the kitchen table, walking through this, feeling emotions, feeling the intense feelings of the baby, the pregnancy, the rape, like all of it. And I thought at the time I was just some deeply empathetic person. But my mind was trying to tell me I'd already lived it. That it already happened. And like I said, I've struggled to come to terms with this. So the pregnancy symptoms kind of persisted until actually this week when I was on a call with my cousin. She's kind of in the same vein. And I was...
Meaning she is like-minded, not
yeah,
that she's been through stuff.
She's like-minded. Thank you for clarifying. Like-minded with like the praying stuff and like...
Yeah, it's hard to do live streams like this because you have to be really careful with what you're saying. It's easy to get like edit it, after the fact.
Yeah. So while talking to her, I was praying and I was like, this video is coming up. I'm feeling really anxious, nervous, and I'm not even sure if I'm supposed to do it. I don't know what's holding me back. And so she was praying and she's like, you need to confess something. And so I felt very strongly that I was supposed to share this with her. And as I talked with her, of course she
had no way of knowing that.
She had no way of knowing.
God was actually speaking to her.
She had no way of knowing. And then she tells me, she says, it was a mercy that he was a miscarriage because it would have been too much for you to raise a baby that was from your father.
So she didn't think it was crazy, and she knew your dad, Terry.
And she said, just like the prodigal son was received with love from his father, she's like, you need to go hug your boy. And of course I'm, crying again and, do the, imagery thing, like the imagining myself going and, and I'd noticed, he was a little bit shy and I felt a little like, I have felt so dirty. Mm-hmm. I have felt just like I sold you a bill of goods that I wasn't who, like, yeah, I have processed through all this. You know the shame that I have felt, the utter abhorrence, like things were stolen from me, like my integrity was stolen from me. I didn't even get to be honest about what I'd been through or who I'd been because that had been robbed from me. And I felt like I had lied to you inadvertently. And you're like, no. Like, stop. That's not true. And so, as I'm accepting Joseph, I'm accepting this. She's like, maybe you need to write his name, or maybe you need to create a birth certificate for him. And then she had the idea, she's like, I know, a little family tree. So, do you have the image, the picture?
Here's where you drew it.
Yeah, that's where I drew it. It came to mind. And I started drawing it because I was like, this is going to help me process. So then I got the names. I was like, okay, can I have the names for the other children? And something that I realized as I was mapping this out, so we've got Asher, Ember, Halo, Caspian, and Archer, who are living. And then Joseph, Benjamin, which we decided to give the middle names. So we had Joseph, Noah, then Helen, which was the girl, Mira, which was also a girl, and then Elias was the last one. And a couple of things stood out to me was the order that these children were given in is the invert of our living children. So we have 2 boys, 2 girls, and 1 boy. And on Earth, it goes 1 boy, 2 girls, 2 boys. And another thing I realized, I didn't know this, I didn't remember this when the name Joseph came to me, but the meaning is God will add. And clearly you can see that we have as many children on earth and the exact number of boys and girls that we do in heaven. And I'm like, Job, much? Okay. And so some of the names we got were kind of exactly like the ones on earth, like Halo and Helen. Are they both mean light?
So those are names that God gave to you?
Yeah. No,
you didn't just like go through a baby book and...
No, I prayed and asked God for the name, and I was like, really, Elias? Like, these are not names that I would have chosen.
Yeah, as you can tell by the names on the left side, we choose really weird names.
We choose very weird names, but like these ones on the right were like, oh my goodness. Okay.
Also, I don't think you even knew that my great grandmother's name was Helen.
No.
You didn't know that?
No, I did not know that. I think it's been mentioned, but I completely forgot it, and I was like, it's Helen. So that was a little bit of a healing process, or a healing moment. And once I did that and accepted it, the pregnancy symptoms stopped. And that, like, and I said before, there have been memories that have come up where I doubted whether they were real or not. And I didn't get that with this one. In fact, I kept getting, you need to talk about it. You need to voice this. You need to speak about it. So I've spoken about it. Very difficult. I mean, you know.
You're welcome, God.
Just, I'm not even going to pretend to know all the, what's the word I'm looking for? Ramifications?
Yeah, it works. I think.
Okay.
Think about it.
Of what will happen, you know, with this information out there. I don't know if that's helpful for anybody who's been through a miscarriage or anything, or I don't know. But at the very least, I think that wrapped it up with Terry. I have more memories that are trying to surface with different people now. And I'm working through those, and I'm not going to share those here because this is not what that is. Not talking about that right now. Just buy my book when it comes out. Mm-hmm. It'll be in there. So I think kind of because there was 2 parts to this. Oh my gosh, I know it's 3 hours, but I can't stop now. I don't want to have to finish this tomorrow.
No, we're kind of done.
I need to finish tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I have a happier half, but I thought it would be kind of cool to perform that song that triggered me so badly. One, because it's incredibly relevant.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mary, too, for saying that. Beautiful display of courage on both your parts. Thank you for sharing. And Joe says, thank you so much for sharing this with us. Thank you. Yeah, we got another big bombshell coming up. So
it's a little bit happy.
Don't go anywhere.
It's a little
It's
bit
right around the corner.
Right around the corner. But I did
you can
feel
probably
strongly...
guess based on the title.
Yeah, but who?
Mm-hmm.
Who is it? Okay, so do you have... Hopefully my voice sounds fine, because I've been talking for 3 hours. So if my voice doesn't sound exactly...
Do you want me to put auto-tune on you?
No, we've been raw and real. We might as well keep that raw and real. I'm just gonna sit here.
Right, hopefully this will work. So
we could always just do a little test.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just be like humming through it. Just
so
to
yeah,
make
I
sure,
have to switch.
just to make sure everybody can hear everything.
So I gotta switch to this routing system.
So give us just a minute. Hopefully this is worth it.
So
hopefully this blesses somebody.
Okay, so if I change the audio to this. All right, can you still hear us?
Can you still hear me?
Testing.
Can you hear?
Testing. Can you still hear us? All right, I'm listening to it, so we'll see. Can we still hear us? Yes. Okay, we can still hear ourselves. All right. So it works.
It works. Yep. All right, people said yep.
Okay, so should be good to go. I'm gonna share the screen, and we should be able to hear the
Do
music.
you have to share the screen to get the music?
No, you don't want to. I guess we don't have to share it, but
It's very
it's not be. That's not
me up on the.
true. Okay. If we play this, can people hear it?
That is the question.
Alright, so if music is playing. Alright, is that before?
That was. I think that was before.
Okay, so can we hear music?
Yes, people said we can hear the music.
Okay, so it should work then.
I said it was dark.
Alright.
Right. Should I hold this or just?
You probably are gonna want to hold it. Just don't bump it
Okay.
too much.
Okay.
You'll hear stuff.
All right, and then
And then
if
you're
you
gonna
could
wanna
just.
Take it. Hope you didn't care about your phone too much.
Oh yeah, I gotta put headphones on so we don't get double echo. Okay.
I can put it on the back. Sorry. Bad on you, engineer. Alright.
Takes me
Got
back
this.
to when you first realized you wanted to marry me.
I'm just gonna put this on the screen too, just for a second.
Okay.
Before, but okay, I gotta remove the other one.
All right, and then I just also need the lyrics because it is 1 o'clock in the morning. I know I said I remembered everything, but I haven't done a live performance
Alright, so here
since
are
our wedding.
the lyrics that you're going to
Well, I
sing.
mean, I've done it for my family, but no, that's not true.
And then, so we're gonna, so then I'm gonna mute myself so we're only hearing. Okay, so. Alright, so you can hear yourself.
I hear an echo.
Yeah, because I turned the speakers down. So, and then now I'm going to mute the streaming mic so that we're only hearing the Logic Pro mic. So.
But are you
So it
still going to be able to hear me singing?
Yes, because now you're hearing only the Logic Pro output. So this should work. Hopefully. Supposed to be a professional audio engineer. Hopefully this works. Never done this before.
Yeah, we're testing something. We are music artists.
All right, so I guess I'll go ahead and lyrics right there. I guess we'll hit play.
Okay.
And go.
I would not be here tonight if I had to choose. It's always the bigger things in life that seem to choose you. You can say what you want, believe what you will believe. Yeah, but I'll take what I want and see what I need to see. When I'm buried in the questions, I can find the answers. I close my eyes and listen till I remember everything was beautiful. Nothing seemed to matter. Every day was just another day to dream. There's an echo in my ear. And you can say what you want and be who you wanna be. Yeah, and you never looked back to the things that you had and the ones that you never need. Buried in the questions, I can't find the answers. I close my and listen till I remember everything is beautiful, beautiful. If this is all there is, you can wrap your head around it. If somewhere love exists, you can wrap your arms around it. Can you hear me now? 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 Buried in the questions, you can find the answers. Close your eyes and listen until you remember. Oh, you don't need the answers. Just close your eyes and remember. Everything is beautiful. Everything is beautiful here.
All right. So let's switch back to.
It was like the late.
I know. I forgot to hit low latency mode.
That low latency mode.
So-
Hopefully it sounded good. That could have been.
Should have had a
really
checklist. Yeah, we were last minute decided to do that. All right. So okay, now we should be.
Take my headphones off.
Yeah, now we should be. They should probably still be able to hear us. Okay, so hopefully that was like in time and everything too.
I know. I was like, oh no. I was having to block out what I heard.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
We didn't.
I
We
forgot.
didn't get to practice that.
We didn't get to practice that, so yeah.
Mhm.
First
So
time.
hopefully at least it was in time with the music and the music wasn't off. So hopefully it wasn't like painful and cringy. But hey, we got beautiful and we got.
I'll take it. I'll
clapping,
take
so.
your word for it. And we'll probably just release a.
Yeah, that's just a work in progress.
Yeah, you literally scratched that together.
We just wrote that
You
song.
literally scratched
We
that
just
together.
Put that
'cause-
together today, like in 30 minutes.
Yeah,
So.
because I was gonna try to play it on the piano, but it wasn't feeling right. So, okay, so happy time. Making sure everybody can still hear us, right?
I think so. I'm seeing audio.
Okay, you're saying audio. It should be good then. Yep.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So, big question. There was one piece of important information that I didn't include until now because I wasn't ready to go into it. About one of the reasons I was able to access those memories, and we've talked about how heart's racing after doing that. I was racing again. So what am I about to say? So we've talked about how in order for a lot of times, in order for repressed trauma to come forward, you have to feel safe. And obviously I felt safe after Terry's death. But there was another man that came along. It sounds weird. Honestly, sounds a little weird. But in order to explain why the entrance of this person made me feel safe, I have to quickly jump back in time a year. So this was around the time, this is around April, Mackenzie was in therapy, And she was processing some of her story at the time. Like, the one question was, why would mom have unprotected sex with Terry if she knew he was cheating on her? And we're like, questions are so dangerous. They're so dangerous.
That's why you guys weren't allowed to ask them growing
That's
up.
why we weren't allowed to ask them. So I'm like, I send her this message. I'm like, okay, you got me thinking. Do you know when mom was cheating on dad with, I think it was, I had some details wrong. I had some things wrong. Because, like, we weren't allowed the complete story.
Right. You guys went around telling your parents' testimony, and you were comfortable sharing how your dad was cheating on your mom,
Yes.
but the story of how much your mom was cheating didn't get told as much.
No, that was talked about very vaguely. There were no dates given. Even though with Terry we were given, it happened on this day, it happened on this day.
You had a
and
revolving door of women.
Yes, we've
which
gone through this.
we've since learned turned out to be girls.
Yeah. So I was like, there's some guy named Tom. Do I have those details correct? And obviously she's like, dude, I didn't know dates or that so-and-so was involved. And to be honest, I didn't even know who that was. I said, I could be wrong. Who was the lady mom apologized to for cheating on her husband? Like, the only reason I'm including this was because this was already written all over the place.
Your mom wrote blog posts about it.
She wrote blog posts about how she was the other woman. And I said, I wonder if Free Ginger has answers, because, like, I don't know. I said, your questions about why mom and dad would have unprotected sex while she knew he was cheating on her, maybe they didn't. And she's like, I don't know. She never said anything about that to me. So then she says, man, I don't even know her Out of Darkness ebook is not enlightening. So I'm like, okay. She sent me that over. So this was a book that mom had written about their testimony. It was published. It was public. You could buy it off of Amazon for a time. I think she took it down. She never allowed us girls to read it. So then a friend had sent Mackenzie it saying, hey, I bought this a while back. I feel like you deserve to have it. So then Mackenzie's like, hey, you should have this too. So she sends it to me. I'm reading through it with this in mind. And while I'm reading it, there's a couple things that stand out. The biggest one being that she didn't mention a Tom. In fact, his name was changed. And I was like, there's a Rick character here. I don't know. But she mentioned that she had 3 little girls at home. Yeah, that's a good idea. So this went on for years. That she had 3 girls at home. And the reason that is important is because I'm the 4th one. So I wasn't on the scene yet. So I'm like, okay, this is going to bug me forever if I don't explore this, because now I've got some serious questions, okay? I need answers, and as we've proven, I'm not afraid of answers.
All right, so basically we know for a fact that your parents were cheating on each other.
Yes.
Before your mom conceived you, before you were conceived.
Mm-hmm.
And when you got conceived, that's right around the time they were still cheating on each other. So.
Well, I didn't know for certain.
Right, you were trying to find
that out. I didn't know for certain. I didn't know because mom never included the timeline of when she did. And I thought that was a little odd. Because she
has lots of other timelines.
She has lots of other timelines. She has lots of other dates and everything. But she talked about this guy named Tom. I'm like, he was the one guy that she said she almost married. She almost left Terry for, but they couldn't. These were what she said. They couldn't do. Their music tastes were different, and that's why they couldn't get married.
Oh yeah, that was her explanation.
That was her explanation. Okay, this is what I was like, stuff like this kept coming up.
Yeah, that's clearly a lie, because that doesn't make any sense.
So then I'm like, okay, so I searched Free Ginger. I couldn't find it in time, but I found someone who'd given a summary of the blog post mom wrote about being the other woman on Free Ginger.
Do we have a slide of that?
I don't. I didn't have it. So they basically detailed this person was married to this person, and I was like, oh, okay, so now I know who to find on Facebook. And I'm scrolling, I'm looking at people's profiles, which my mom is still friends with the person. So it wasn't that hard. I was friends with the person, so I was like, okay, I can find details. I'm like, I don't know. I can't find anything. I'm like, she has a daughter, but I don't know, who, I can't find matching, parent names, the same last names. They aren't there. So I'm like, I don't know who I'm looking for. So then I'm looking for marriage records, right? Because this, Rick character, was married to. I'm like, it's gotta be this one. It's gotta be. Okay, it's like this. Oh, it's just, when you have the truth and it just won't let go. And I'm like, oh, it's nagging at me because I'm like, this is going to answer so many questions I've had about myself growing up. I've had so many questions. And so I wrote this down to Mackenzie. It was in the one of the screenshots. I said, I'm really wondering. And I'm not the daughter of Terry Long. I struggled for a long time when I was younger with feeling like I didn't belong and wondered if I was adopted. And knowing how much they both cheated, why wouldn't it be possible? And that thought actually feels comforting too. So I said, at this point, then Mackenzie's like, at this point, it wouldn't faze me so much not being his daughter. And she said, I think I've disconnected from both of them so much. They hardly seem like my parents anymore. And I'm like, it doesn't faze me at all. I want answers now. Like, yeah, I'm sorry, you have to be in close proximity. So anyway, this had been, there was just too many things that I couldn't ignore. I was like, I need answers pronto. So I start without telling Mackenzie what I was doing, because I didn't want to, I was like, this seems really crazy. Because at first, I thought she was the one that wasn't Terry's. So I was like, maybe it's you at first. And I was like, how would she feel to not be? And she was like, I don't, it doesn't, I don't know. So I'm like, okay, but I need answers so bad. So I start digging. I spent like 2 days straight on the computer just searching through like any records I could find. I was trying to find something. And I was trying to piece stuff together. And then, feeling as crazy as I got my friend Kristen. I told my friend Kristen, and I was like, hey, I feel like an insane person. But so I kind of told her the whole thing. She's like, oh, you know what? I'll help you. I'll help you with some stuff. So we hopped on a Zoom call. She's like, I found some stuff. I'll show it to you. So, not to sound creepy or stalkery, anyway, she's like, I've got, email addresses. I've got a phone number. And she's like, I found Facebook accounts. And I'm like, okay. I'll send an email. And I'll send a message. So, actually, do you have the first message I sent?
This is all I found.
No, it's right here. It's this one.
Oh.
So.
Should I share that now?
Yeah. So I found.
Wait.
We found the email address. I found 2 Facebook profiles. And this is a shot in the dark, right? I don't know. And I've got a phone number. I'm like, I will call the phone number. That's the last thing I'll do. Okay, because leaving a phone message seems really, really out there. Text messages are much easier. So I sent off the 2 Facebook requests, and this is what I said. Hi, I know this is random, and you may not be the person I'm looking for. Did you know a Cheryl Long back in the 1990s? Were you married? So I'm the daughter of Cheryl Long, and I have some questions for you. Have a great day, Haley Ram. I feel like this was a pretty good message to send. I mean, it's not too, out there. Yeah. I'm more so meant myself.
Throwing Kristen under the bus.
I'm more so meant like No. I meant I was the creepy one
Yeah.
hunting for information. I'm like, this is how desperate I am. I'm like, yeah. So I send them the Facebook messages, I send the emails, and a day goes by, and I'm like, I don't hear anything. I haven't heard anything back, and I'm like, okay. And you had been like,
Just call him.
you should just call him. Just leave a voice message. I'm like,
But just be prepared that he might not want to want anything to do with you.
mm-hmm.
Might not want to have a relationship or anything.
Yeah, and I was okay with that. I was just like, I just want answers, okay? Because again, it's like a clanging bell. It's like you can't quit until I know I know you're just joking.
You haven't even jumped into like every book you wrote, all your novels, and all the movies like are all about like orphans, and you resonated
I
with that?
resonated. My favorite books were the ones where the orphans find a happy family or get reconnected. One of my favorite movies is Tangled.
Meet the Robinsons.
Meet the Robinsons, Tangled. There's so freaking many of them. All of my, like, the one book that I resonated the most with was a book I wrote about a girl in foster care who found her family. She was, in the story,
Didn't you
she was
always
raped.
feel like you didn't fit it in your family, and you wondered if you were adopted?
Yes, I still vividly remember sitting on my bed upstairs thinking, maybe they took the wrong baby home from the hospital, and they just forgot to tell me that I'm adopted. But then I would go, like, fear that and fear, not, fear being abandoned, that kind of thing. So I was like, I'm just crazy. I just put this stuff, I didn't think about it. Okay, clearly I didn't analyze a whole lot of my thoughts back then because it was crazy.
Well, yeah, you just read your journal entries. Huh, I feel like I'm living someone else's life. So funny.
I just want to forget I exist right now.
Mm-hmm. Guess that's normal.
So then there was a whole bunch of stuff that just, yeah. So anyway, so I leave a voicemail because I got voicemail, and I know it's the right one because I got Tom. This is the voicemail of Tom, and I'm like, okay. So I'm like trying not to hyperventilate, feeling really scared. Leave the same message that I typed. I just read that off because I'm like, I'm not going to deviate from my script here.
Not ad-libbing this.
Yeah, I'm not ad-libbing this. No way. So then I'm like, okay, I called, and I made sure that I put his contact information in my phone so that I would know if he called back, like just on the off chance that he does. So, same day, 30 minutes later, my phone rings, Thomas Beckett, and I'm like, oh my gosh, he's calling. I'm gonna try to hyperventilate here because now I gotta answer the phone. I gotta talk to this person. So I answer the phone, and the minute I hear his voice, he said, Haley. I'm like, we just detailed how when certain sounds hit your ears, you just know. And it was funny because the doctor line that I've talked to on the phone many, many times always made me feel calm and safe. And I realized his voice is stinking similar to Tom.
Similar tone and cadence.
So similar. I've got voicemails proving this. Just the way he would ask the questions, I'm like, oh my gosh. So we, I verify, he knows who I'm talking about, and he knows who he's talking to. And so we get to talking, and, I'm like, I know this is insane, but I gotta say it. I'm like, this is a very awkward conversation to have with people.
Stranger.
Just some stranger. So he's like, you know what? The dates match up. And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, I don't know what to expect at this point. So then he's like, we should get a DNA test. And I'm floored at this point because I'm like, I couldn't even have hoped for that. Like, I was just looking for a confirmation, just like an answer, like yes, this, yeah, I am your father, kind of confirmation, So then I shared with Kristen. I said we had a 26-minute conversation, and he said it is totally possible, as those were the dates when he and Mom were together. I think before this I said in all caps and with a bunch of exclamation points, he called me back! So he suggested we do a paternity test as soon as possible, and when we know the answer, if I am his daughter, he is booking a flight down to meet me and my family. That blew me away. I'm like, oh my goodness, you actually want to meet me, this is amazing! And so then we continue. He says, so we were doing one that would hold it up in court, you have the test into the child and the father, and go into the labs near where you live, and they get the results into your email, blah, blah, blah. I said, the thing is, he wants me to be his daughter. I'm so blown away. And, like, on the call, he's like, I gotta get sense. You should know a few things about me, and just the things he would tell me about me, and I would tell him about myself. We're like, oh my gosh, there's so many freaking similars. It's insane. And, like, again, I felt instantly safe. And he said, the thing about me is I never let my kids down. And I started crying. And then after I got off the phone, I walk into the house and I relay the whole thing to Reagan. And he starts crying because he's like, this is amazing. Like, what in the world is happening right now? So we, like, start, you know, just texting at this point. And the one test we were planning to do weirdly fell through. I don't know. So then we ended up getting a mail-in order.
Yeah, you like scheduled at some lab.
scheduled
and
it at a
you
lab
showed
and-
up and they're like, we don't have you on record.
It was the weirdest thing
and you'd
ever.
gotten confirmation and everything. It was like really weird.
It was very
screwed up.
strange. It was very strange how it was messed up. So we're on the phone. We're like, we just need answers, you know. So then we do end up doing the test. It was like a mail order. I wasn't even sure if I
bought it off Amazon.
Yeah, we bought it off of Amazon. I wasn't sure if I collected my own DNA correctly, and I'm like, I don't know.
And you have to mail it.
You have to mail it in. I'm like, this seems a little risky, but whatever. So it came back negative that time, and we were both crushed. And so we kind of had some time apart because we're like, well, you know, this is hard.
Almost a year.
Yeah, we would there was just like on and off, like, hey,
Because
thinking about you.
that was a couple months right before we started this video series.
Yeah.
It's like in the spring.
Yeah.
Of 2024.
Yeah. But I couldn't get it out of my head, and we would talk about this frequently.
Right,
like,
because there's
it
so
just
many
doesn't seem-
like similarities that you have and things that you have in common.
For one thing, we look a lot alike.
We
look so much alike. Did you get the photos up of that I had originally? The
I did.
comparison.
I think I did have that in, or maybe I forgot to put that in here, but I can upload that.
You're. Oh, for a second, I thought that
No,
was on the
no,
screen.
no.
I'm like, oh no, you jumped ahead.
No. I just gotta find it.
Because we looked a lot alike. He's like, oh, you look like I've got, you know, blue-eyed kids, which I was like, and they're very brilliant blue eyes. At the time, I only had one, and then Archer came along, and now I have 2 blue-eyed kids. So.
Where'd it go?
Where'd they go? I know they were in there.
You want to try sending it to me again?
I titled them and everything. What the bleep?
I don't have it.
Well, I guess I panned my phone. They should be in your downloads. This doesn't make any sense whatsoever. They've disappeared. They're being sabotaged. So anyway, so it was in the back of my head. I couldn't let it go. And we would talk about it frequently. Or like, you know, something just
it's
doesn't.
Right here.
Weird. It just doesn't.
It doesn't show up when I go to upload it though.
Weird. It just doesn't seem. Oh, you know what? I think it's because it's the HEIC.
No, this is PNG.
Oh, that one weird. Oh, okay.
I don't see it in here though.
Okay, that's super weird.
Maybe I'll try making a JPEG.
You might need to make the others JPEGs too. The HEIC, because those are.
No,
yours.
I have those.
Oh,
Those are already uploaded. Look at that. See?
That's right. So anyway, so I'm like, well, you know, I had already suggested that, you know, I thought the test was wrong. But, you know, nothing ever resulted in that. And so I was like, well.
And then you did research and also found out those tests can be inaccurate.
I did. So I was like, I don't buy it. Because we still had a lot of matching DNA strains and everything. And I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. Like we had similar like coffee routines and similar music taste, similar movies, like things. It was overwhelming. Yeah, it was inconclusive. So inconclusive. So that was the first one. So then I think it was March 28th. Out of the blue, he sends me a message. He's like, I can't get you out of my mind. And I'm like, I started crying. Because I was like, I always thought it would have to be his idea, you know, because I was feeling like crazy. I'm like, I could just be a crazy person for thinking, you know, this, so it's got to be something else. So there was these comparison, like him versus Terry, and you've seen a bunch of pictures of me. I should have put a picture of me up there, whatever. And another thing that we have wondered is why don't any of our children look like Terry?
Mm-hmm.
Like, seriously. Out of 5, none of them. Not one of them were like, who do our kids look like? Anyway, they look a lot like your kids. So it was just bugging us. So anyway, he reaches out again and he's like, I want to do another DNA test. And I'm like, oh my gosh, no way. So I was over the moon elated, and then we started talking, like texting, messaging again, and it was just like you were kind of like you have never like connected with another person, man or woman.
It's like,
especially not man.
It's like you'd always known each other. Or something.
It was like we'd always known each other. It was the weirdest thing, and I was
come
like,
to find out, like he babysat you and held you.
Yeah,
as a child.
So then we started having just regular phone conversations. We're like, you know what? This is great. Let's just, and then we start talking, we start sharing more things, and we're like, I'm like, you've got to be my dad. He's like, you got to be my daughter. I think you are. And then we ended up doing video calls. And like, then we did video calls with the kids. And he's like, those are my grandbabies. And the kids connected. They were like,
yeah, they don't connect with people like that fast. And then they were like,
they're very friendly. They're very sociable, but they don't like
ask
constantly, hey, can we talk to Poppy? And because he was like, I want to be called Poppy. So at this point, we're like, you know, no matter what it says, we're not parting ways. We're not going anywhere. We're gonna stay in each other's lives. So we finally get a chance. We're able to get him. He's coming in for a work thing to Florida, and we're finally gonna meet. And we're like, okay, we're insane at this point because both of us could be completely crazy people. I was gonna go meet with him by myself, and I'm like, this is really risky. Okay, like you didn't have any. You were like, yeah, this is.
I talked to him. I think I talked to him on the phone a little bit.
Oh yeah. You guys had talked. And you're like, yeah, I don't get any bad vibes. And you're never wrong about people. So I still took pepper spray. So I was like, on the off chance that maybe I really am a lunatic, I just tucked it in my back pocket, just in case. So I took Archer with me, and we were, you know, I wasn't sure if he was gonna meet, you know, where we were gonna connect. We were, you know, both realized we have very similar thinking processes. So we're like, no way, you think like that, you do the same thing too. And so it made phone conversations very easy because, you know, normal silence means awkwardness, and then we'd just be like, hey, just by the way, I'm gone silent just because I'm running through scenarios. And I'm like, oh, same. Okay, cool. So I'm still in the van. I actually recorded, I recorded a video. That would have been funny to put up here. We can do another video some other time. So I see him come up in the side mirror. He's walking toward the van. And at first I'm like, I just realized I had a bagel seed, like some kind of like whole grain seed stuck in my teeth. And I was like, oh no, I need to get this out of my teeth because this is really obvious. I'm like trying to get it out of my teeth before he gets too close. And then I'm like, okay, it's gone. I can get out of the van. I don't think I told him that. I think that's his first time hearing this. So I opened the car door and I jumped out, and I honestly wasn't sure how it was gonna go. Like I didn't know. We both kept saying, I'll know when we meet, because we're both very intuitive and rely on like how you feel, and not just feelings, but like your sense all around.
That's another thing I've asked since from the very beginning. Like, how are you so different from everyone else in your family?
That's the other thing. And a lot of people have noticed there's a pretty distinction in how I look, and I got made fun of for all my different features from the rest of the family, which surprise, they look just like his. A lot of them, including the feet, which I was a weird thing to say.
Because you were mocked.
I was mocked for my feet. So I jump out of the van, and I see him. I'm like, hi, and then we both just hugged for like.
And you've
basically 5 minutes straight.
You've always been like, never liked father figures. Like,
no.
You've never liked dads.
No.
Even before.
They have been a major trigger.
Even before remembering everything.
Yes. Before remembering everything, I've always felt like father figures were dangerous. There's something wrong. Like,
And you all know why now.
For example, your poor father-in-law has done absolutely nothing.
My dad.
You're dead. My father-in-law.
Well, it's been all kind of fathers.
It's all of them. But I'm saying even like good. We know
Mm-hmm.
your dad is a good man, and I've still struggled to have any kind of like normal, just like an interaction, just like hi, feeling safe and everything. Not because all the guys are bad. It's just
because we just
feeling safe.
detailed what a father
we just
did to you.
detailed what a father did to me. So the fact that I was able to freely hug this man
The first time meeting him.
for the first time meeting him for like 5 minutes straight, and I was like, I feel safe. And he was like, baby girl, you're safe. And I'm like, I'm gonna cry. And like, oh my gosh, like what is happening? And it was I'm like, I know. You're my dad. And he's like, you're my daughter. And I'm looking up at him, I'm like, I can see the resemblance. It is so clear. Oh my gosh. Like, this is insane. So then he's like, all right, I gotta meet my grandbaby. So I got Archie out, and Archie immediately, fell in love with the guy. Because he's like, oh, babies always fall asleep on me. I'm like, same. So then, we ended up, he'd gotten a hotel suite so we could talk, in quiet, because we both have learned that we, get very exhausted in public after a while. So, and Reagan was like, hey, hey baby, what you talking about you? He's like,
I can hold him.
you still okay? And,
Yeah, I was checking in on
you were checking in.
Do I need to call the police? Do I need to call the police or anything?
Yeah, and so Tom was like, no, he's like, he was appreciative of the fact that he was so protective and everything. And, it's okay.
You betrayed me. You handed me to Daddy. I wanted you.
So the more we talked, the more it was like, we were both like, is this happening? Is this real? Is this actually going on? So then we did another test and everything.
Well,
and
first
then
the
next day,
yeah,
well, we did it while we were
right.
together, because everything. But then we spent the rest of the evening together, and then I ended up unloading a bunch, and crying, and it was just, it was beyond anything. Like, I'm like, oh my gosh, this man is my father. It was like I knew him. He was like a familiar stranger. I was like, I know you. Like,
I don't know if you're going to share this, but like, he asked, right?
Yeah,
Cheryl.
He even asked, because he was there when I was born. And he asked Cheryl, is there a possibility that she's my daughter? And Cheryl said, it's impossible. There's no way. But he suspected. He had a feeling.
Mm-hmm.
He thought maybe. So the next day, he came over, and I'm like, I want the kids to meet him. And they, oh my gosh, they fell so in love to the point where pretty soon Halo was
She's the most reserved.
She is the most reserved child that we have. And yet she was like, when can I go on a sleepover?
She thought
Poppy?
she was going on a sleepover that very night. She's like, I'm
Yeah.
gonna go sleep over at Poppy's. Like,
Yeah.
it's like I lost track of how many times she
I
asked.
lost how many. Yeah. And we're like, we didn't put her up to that, by the way.
No, I've never seen them bond with someone that fast before.
No. And
It's kind of scary. And I'm like, hope we're doing the right thing. Some stranger, like, are we just making a huge mistake?
so yeah, so we got pictures together, and I think you already showed the one of me and him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, it was. Did you show the one of him holding Halo down there? Yeah. So that's him with Halo, and Halo is not.
No.
When Mackenzie visited, she was very reserved around Mackenzie. And Mackenzie felt that.
It's not just Mackenzie, but
No. I'm just saying it. You could say, well, it's a,
relative thing.
It's a relative thing, but there's, she wasn't like that. Ember was like that with Mackenzie, but not Halo. So they're always like, when's Poppy coming back? And Halo was like, I'm gonna keep watch for the blue truck. And we're like, oh my gosh. So yeah.
So that just
it shattered,
that was the proof.
That was all the proof we needed.
Mhm.
So I have a different father.
So
And in honor of that, in honor of sharing this information, I thought it would be fun to change my name on Facebook while on this live stream to demonstrate I'm coming out as not a long child.
coming out of the closet.
By the way, that's dumb.
All right. Do you want to
I'm
do
gonna
the
type
honors?
it in. I'm gonna type it in. So I'm gonna type in. This isn't showing any of my personal information in this, is it?
I don't think so. I don't see anything.
Okay. Hopefully it shows up immediately. This is gonna be a letdown if it's like we need a day to process
I'll remove
everything.
this from the screen just for now, just in case there's personal information.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm changing my name, and I'm now going by Haley Beckett Ram. Oh no! Is it gonna make you sign in? What the heck? Oh no!
It's making you sign into your Instagram to prove it's you.
Oh no!
You don't know that?
I
You don't know your password?
Try the one that
Yes.
usually works. I'm really hoping.
Looks like it worked.
Okay. That would have been really bad.
Mhm.
Um.
It wouldn't have been really bad. It would have been anticlimactic.
Yeah, anticlimactic.
But it's not clicking for some reason though. I don't know why.
Oh, no.
It's because it says it's sharing the screen. Maybe that's why.
Stop screen share.
I've been having issues. Stuff's not working.
Okay. Well, anyway, I think. Can you hop over to the script for a second? Was that all I was going to share on that? Meeting. Yeah. Okay. All right. So originally, I was going to have this section. It's almost 2 a.m., so I'll try to be done. I was going to end. We were going to do one more video tomorrow, but we decided to just, as a way to, oh, it must have not worked. Maybe
I'm telling you, it's not letting me click it.
that's so weird.
I'm clicking the button. It's not clicking. Don't worry about it. Just
Okay. So I know my heart's over phone right now too.
Why does he call you Dee Dee?
Darling daughter. That's
Oh.
his nickname. That's his nickname for me. So I thought I wanted to finish it out by what I was thankful for. So like I said, I was originally going to do this tomorrow, but I decided to just furiously refreshing on my
Do you have your phone? Let me try it on your phone.
He's the father. He's the father. So I'm gonna finish out by saying I was able, there's 15 things that I'm thankful for, being raised abused. So the first one is dissociation. And I know that's kind of funny, but in studying all of this and learning what the role of dissociation is, I have come to find that it's a protection. I see it as God's grace and His safety net for just the sheer amount of garbage that He knew would be a possibility because of free will, because humans are still allowed to make the choices to do what they do. And I firmly believe that because of this association, I was not more damaged. I mean, has been pretty damaged, but I wasn't more damaged. I could have been more damaged. I could have been way more damaged, and yet all of those coping mechanisms were a grace. They were a safety to be able to get me to a safe place so I could process it. So the second is getting out alive. I've talked about how there was battery and all of that. There was no guarantee that I was going to survive the one that happened to me when I was 6.
Didn't get any STDs?
I didn't get any STDs. Like, honestly, I should have, okay? I really should have, and I feel like that was a huge protection. But I made it out alive. Like, I am grateful for that. I am also grateful for being homeschooled. Honestly, I did enjoy being able to learn what I wanted to learn, the limited amount I was able to learn, but going at my own pace, and I loved having that freedom. So that is something. Now, yes, on the flip side, it is what enabled the abuse to be so much worse, and maybe if I had gone to school, someone would have caught it, but there's no guarantee with that either, because my family was in the public eye for a lot of many years, and no one caught anything. So,
Not we know of.
well, no one called CPS after, because CPS didn't show up.
True.
So, and a lot of people have said, there were, signs, we suspected, but we didn't report anything. Can you scroll it? I moved.
Oh, whoops.
That's okay. So the fourth thing I am grateful for is actually living out in the woods. And again, I know it sounds funny because being out there did provide the ability for this to go on, but at the same time, because the house was so small, going out in the woods was the only way to have privacy. That was the only way. There was no, you were guaranteed that someone wasn't going to touch you. And I spent a lot of time. I created my own little secret garden out there. I had built my own arbor, my own pond at one point. Like, I had plants out there, gravel paths. Like, that was my little sanctuary out in the woods. That it was mine. It was my little piece of safety. And the fifth thing I'm grateful for is developing the coping mechanism to laugh, because you're not always guaranteed which coping mechanisms that you're gonna gravitate towards, but I did laugh at everything, and we did laugh a lot. Yes, that's correct. And being able to laugh at the dark stuff. Like, I am grateful for having a twisted sense of humor, because honestly, it's given me it's been a grace to be able to laugh at some of the stuff that's going on, because it's not funny, but that's kind of like they say I think Jordan Peterson talked about this, like how you've healed from something. First you laugh at it because you haven't acknowledged it, but once you've acknowledged it and then you can laugh at it again, then you've healed. So we've made a lot of jokes that most people would find very offensive, but have been helpful. Sixth thing I'm grateful for is the singing ministry. I did love being able to sing. I did love being able to perform. I loved performing. I really did. And I enjoyed singing. Singing was so amazing. Music is I love music. I love music. And also the last three things, the last three things were all things that calmed the vagus nerve. And why that's important is the vagus nerve is one of the biggest nerves in your body, and when that's out of whack, it can... Oh, you got it. Mm-hmm. Okay, awesome. Yeah, there it is. It says it right there. That's my name. Oh, it's just so satisfying. I love looking at that. Mm-hmm. I'm going to have to stare at my Facebook profile. Woo! Boy, I really didn't realize how happy I was going to feel about that.
Congratulations.
Yes, everybody
Party.
blew it. Yes, have a party. Okay, so I was talking about the vagus nerve. Did you have anything on that?
On the vagus nerve. Oh.
Yes or no? If not,
No,
it's
I
fine.
don't.
Okay. It's fine. It's
Look it up. Look up the
look
vagus
it up.
nerve.
Look it up.
It
I've been
affects a
learning.
lot of
It
stuff in your
affects.
body.
If it's out of whack, it will cause a lot of issues, and there are ways to calm it. And I firmly believe that that's one of the reasons we were able to survive and be somewhat functioning and normal. Honestly, because we were able to be doing things without knowing it that calmed it and helped with dealing and with the trauma. I mean, that isn't to say that did you see that? Yes.
So glad we could give everyone a happy ending to this tale.
Yeah,
Of terror.
The tale of terror. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the seventh thing I am grateful for are the piano lessons and the opportunity to compete and, express myself through music that way. That's honestly, piano playing has been how I've been able to process emotions, because I think I talked about I wasn't able to process emotions in other healthy way, like express them, like let people know this is what I was feeling. And so music, specifically the piano, because singing was still a performance, so being able to sing with emotion, like genuine emotion, has been very difficult. But playing the piano, I can play that by myself, but letting other people witness that, a whole different story. So it's a very personal, intimate thing when I play the piano, which I think is why I chickened out on playing the piano tonight, because I was like, I'm not ready for that. But I am grateful for, the effort my parents put in to give me the lessons, and they did provide me with that. I am very grateful for that. And just straight up music. I am grateful for music, for all the ways that music has been incorporated into my life. The fact that I get to make music now.
That's also partly why it's hard to speak out, is because it's not like it was bad all the time.
No, it wasn't like every day you're crying. I mean, like the fear element.
It was weekly, and you were terrified every time your dad came home.
The physical stuff,
Fake
but
dad.
like the environment was toxic.
Your faux pas.
My faux pas, yeah.
Your faux pas came home.
Yep, that's how we've been calling that, the faux pas.
Your stepdad, I guess, technically.
Yeah, which makes things a little bit easier. Yeah. We're gonna have I've been writing some songs. We're gonna have some trauma wave albums. There's probably gonna be multiple at this point. It's too many. Yeah, so they're gonna be coming up at some point soon. All right, so number 9, the parents God put me with, as they were an instrument of guidance of what not to do. So,
best advice I've ever received. Don't be an idiot. Just think about, would an idiot do this thing? And if an idiot would, I don't do that thing.
Yeah. So I am grateful for that, being able to see, hey, let's not do that. So there is that I have been able to learn from my parents. And I'm not saying that sarcastically. I seriously am not. I'm just laughing because it's 2 a.m. in the morning. All right, so number 10, all the siblings. It's waiting for the win.
I like
Got an
Mary.
Office fan.
Yeah. Man, Mary too is. I want to meet this person.
I know. You need to send us a message.
I don't know who you are.
I don't know who you are. I am grateful for all of my siblings, despite that they've been abusers too. But I am grateful for them.
You've had a lot of good experiences.
I've had a lot of good
too.
experiences, and that is something that I have mourned, is the loss of my siblings. Not that they're dead, but
the relationships.
the relationships are dead, and I'm basically dead to them at this point. I mean, kind of obvious. But that was another reason why it was so hard to do this, was because not only with the parents, but with the siblings too. Because at one point they were my best friends. I do have good memories of being with them, of literally trauma bonding. Bonding over our trauma too. And yeah, they're all amazing people too. The 11th thing I'm grateful for is to God for the protection of my mind, locking things away, and for bringing me out and for healing and saving me, because I would not have gotten out of this on my own. What are you gonna
Another office quote.
What are you gonna say?
My three heroes are, I don't remember the first one, Abraham Lincoln, and I guess God would be one of them. But I butchered it. I don't remember the full quote.
Yes, I would not be here today if it were not for the saving mercy and healing power of Jesus Christ. Like I wouldn't be here. 12th thing I'm grateful for is a loving husband, because it is because of how loving and amazing you are. He is. I was able to feel safe, and was able to heal, and have been able to see what. I mean, it was through you, firstly, that I was able to see who a loving father looks like, because I've watched you for a couple years, 7 years now with our kids, and our kids adore you, they love you, and they have wonderful relationships with you, and also you were the first person to ever love me, so
I'm not gonna argue with
you're
that.
you're a great man, and you've also been able to step in when I wasn't able to take the necessary steps to get out of the toxic situation that I was in. Like that's why sometimes you're like, hey, maybe you should stop talking to your family, because the reason you had to tell me that was because I felt guilty.
The enmeshment.
The enmeshment was what prevented me from being able to make a sane decision. So the 13th thing I am grateful for is the children I have here and in heaven. So
Yes, we're very, very wealthy.
We were very wealthy. I have 5 gifts of innocence that I get to steward and protect. And this really hit me the other day, the other morning. I got up and the girls our 2 girls didn't realize I was awake. And so they were still in their room. They're still in their beds. They're talking to one another. And they're 3 and 5. Okay, so they're not that old. But Ember tells Halo, she goes, hey, I had a really good dream. Or no, Halo tells Ember. Do you remember me telling you this?
Yeah, I remember you telling me this, but I don't remember who spoke
You don't
first.
remember who spoke first. I think it was Halo. Yeah, Halo told Ember. She goes, I had a really good dream. I dreamed that there were a bunch of gummy bears and I ate them. And Ember's like, oh, that's cool. And so then Ember goes, look at this birthday card I got. I put it on my shelf. And Halo goes, oh, that's nice. That's so nice. I want to have my own birthday card.
She's
my
3
own.
years old.
She's 3. And I'm just listening to this. And they're being, they're loving one another. They constantly talk about, we're being friends. Don't get me wrong. They have their moments where they're like, you're not loving me right now, or I'm not loving you.
But it's a total myth that siblings have to always fight. They can actually be best friends.
Yes, they are. And like, what I have come to realize is that I was like, this is such powerful innocence. And I was not able to have innocence.
You never were given that.
I was never given that. The most innocence that I can claim to hold on to is before I was up to 16 months old. And I'm like, this explains why I am I'm very connected with infants. Like, infants are, I'm like babies. Oh yeah. Toddlers, in the beginning I struggled with that, and like I've had some trouble with like connecting to some extent. I'm like, what do you do with a toddler? Oh my gosh, I don't know. And what's normal? Because I don't know. But I get 5 beautiful gifts over. I get 5 childhoods.
You can parent them the way you wish you were parented.
Yes, I get to love them. I get to witness it. I get to participate. I get to protect that. And I get to steward it. And it is not lost on me. So
and it's so fulfilling and rewarding in and of itself. It's like I can't understand Cheryl saying, what was this all for? Like it was some kind of drudgery that you had to like sacrifice your life for. Like, yeah, you do have to sacrifice things, but it doesn't feel like a sacrifice because you receive so much more.
You do. Even when you're running on like a 1 hour of sleep, it's still worth it. It's still so worth it. So yeah, I feel like that's a huge gift in and of itself. The 14th thing, honestly, I am grateful for all of this, all of the pain, everything that I've gone through. I'm not condoning it. No, I'm not like everybody should go. Everybody should get raped. Heck no.
Of course, someone has to do it.
Someone has to do it. I guess I'll do it. Fine. No, because I am acutely aware with each pain point, I now have another avenue to help people, and I have many ways that I can reach people. There are so many demographics that I now have much stronger connections to, and that is rewarding, being able to turn around and help people and be there for them and to understand the pain that they're going through and to relate with them and to mirror their pain to them, because there's a verse in the Bible that talks about weep with those who weep, rejoice with those who rejoice. And honestly, it's called mirroring, and that's what you are supposed to do. That's a healthy form of validating someone's emotional experience or their painful experience, what they're going through. And that was something I was never given. I didn't have anyone in the trenches with me until Reagan came along. Like, that was horrible. You've cried with me. You've been angry. You've been so angry for me. Like, you've taken action when no one else could or would. And I love being able to pay it back. Not pay it back, but it's rewarding. Like, all of the messages and stories I have been gifted with that people are willing to share with me, details that I know are difficult to share. Like, people trust me with that now, and that's another thing I get to steward is other people's pain. Like, I get to aid and hopefully providing some comfort there.
Yeah, and so that's part of what we feel like our calling is now, is to provide help to others that have been through this, and to help them get through it and help them heal. And so that's what we plan on doing with this channel and with our music and going forward. And we have planning on a book, planning on a community, and got big plans to help try to help others that are survive this.
Just a story for another day. And the 15th and the final thing I'm grateful for. This feels like a pretty obvious one because I just talked about it. But an actual loving father. I get a second chance, man. Like, not everybody can go through what I went through and have an actual loving father in their life. And that feels like a reward. It's like God was like, I know you went through hell. Here you go. I don't know. Honestly, it feels that way.
And you were the only one that really had the courage and the bravery to fight for your other siblings when no one else would, and to actually speak out when no one else would.
I'm not the only one who's now speaking out.
Right, but you were the one that...
I did pioneer it.
Someone has to give you credit, and if no one's going to give you credit, I'm going to give you credit.
I know, it feels hard to take credit, but so... Thanks for having an affair, Mom.
So, moral of the story: affairs are good. Let that be your takeaway after watching this whole series.
Were you gonna ask like what I meant by loving father?
I think we gotta be done.
I think it's pretty clear.
Basically, yeah, he's the opposite.
Well, he left a comment. He left a comment that
charity.
we can. He left a comment earlier that I was like, aha, I want to highlight that.
That's towards the beginning.
Yeah. Here's what he said. He says, parents' job and purpose, nothing is ever owed. And that's kind of his attitude in his heart. He's just... I've been on the phone with him and he's helped me heal too. He's had to listen to this too. So, that wraps up this series. I thank you all so much.
Feel free to reach out if you have any questions, or if you just want to talk or need prayer or anything.
We're willing to jump on a video call. Like, yeah, because we know how isolating it can be to go through this. But yeah, thank you so much for watching and sticking till 2 a.m.
Yes.
You are much appreciated.
Yeah, those who stayed live, that's incredible.
I'm blown away and honored.
All right.
All right.
Until next time.